Porcini's the new mayor. Kneel before Porcini. Ew. uh, uh, yeah. The sound is practically non-existent and my phone is almost at max volume. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I do usually have it like a little bit lower down because I don't want it to go over my voice, which, because I have a pretty quiet voice, so I'm sorry. But, I'm also just, we're just, I don't have my camera at the moment, fortunately. But, yeah. Famous last words. Those sound like some famous last words. Let's just see if the boss is here real quick. Okay. Should be enough. Yeah. Uh-oh. Going for the res on... wait, no. Go for the res on farthing. Oh no, already up. Mind. Yeah, we got this easy. Easy. Oh. Good stuff. Okay, cool. Whoa, I didn't realize we were charging. I'm gonna have to start charging for heals. Uh, it's okay, guildy rates, so only 5 gold per hour. Wait, what? Is that? Here? Chili, hi, hey Chili. It's I don't what I could do actually. I do have this though. How about this? I don't have my webcam at the moment, but could put oh yep. What I can do is I did eat my webcam. It just looked too delicious. There we go. Look at this. Look, Chili, I'm a VTuber like you. Well, PNG tuber, maybe. I'm a VTuber too. No, so what actually happened was, just, yeah, clerics, if you have wings, just have that ready, because you can use it to dash to people on the edge. I definitely didn't eat it. But you know what? Yeah, sure, I ate it. Oh boy. We're definitely gonna lose this. Oh, oh, okay. Okay. There we go. I made it. Yay. Oh, Yeah, it definitely ate it. Uh, actually, let me try this. Hang on. Uh, uh, Steam? Let me try this. This could be crazy. This could in fact be crazy. But what if because I have this app that I tried VTubing before. It's kind of funny. So let me try it out. See what I can do with it. Yeah, I usually just be like, hey, if you don't respond, I think you're a bot and I'm gonna kill you. And then if they turn around and be like, wait, no, I'm not a bot. You know? Yeah. Oh. A whole new world. What have I got here? Hang on, let me see if I can... Let me upgrade. I'm doing like midstream upgrades. Uh, Software? PNG tuber? A. We got something. Got something here. Might have something here. You guys want to see my old... my other PNG tuber? Hang on, let me... Window... Uh, okay, yeah. There we go. If I take this? Uh, this was a PNG tuber that I was going to use for something else. Patrick! Hello! How do I... Hang on. I think I gotta change one of the settings. Capture method? Okay, there we go. Hello! This is definitely me. Uh... Oh, are we killing something? But I could totally swap it out, right? A new sprite? Oh no. Nope. I don't think I have it. Damn it. It's okay. It's okay. But I have that set up. I was gonna do something else with it, but I can... Oh, that looks weird. Oh no. Wait, is that working? That looks so weird. Uh... Oh no, I'm getting left behind. Uh-oh. Oh no, no, I'm okay, I'm okay. It's fine, it's fine. We're fine. Everything is fine. It's all okay. Is that... Yeah. Yeah, I think that's working. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. Dear Lord, the sensitivity on this thing is crazy, right? Okay. Alright. There we go. I'm gonna have to do something else for this, but this is just for now. This is some fun. This is fun. This is what I had set up from before, so I'll just yeah, it works. It works when I don't have a cam. Yeah, exactly. I'll just have to figure out like, oh, okay. Did you throw it out of the window? Yeah, I sort of moved it. I don't know. You can sort of see it, right? Is that like if I just have it like this? Is that good? Like that? Hell yeah. On the fly PNG tubing. What's next? Is there anything I can't do? Oh, let's get some heals on these people. Oh yeah, there's bots like that in the Nuela Tower as well. Yeah, there's a bunch of them in the Nuela Tower as well. That just sit on the chest and pick it up. I don't know. I kind of like having it to the side because then it's like you can still kind of see with the screenshot behind. I don't know. I like having the screenshots there. I like it. I like it being like that. But I should definitely work on a PNG tuber for when I don't have a cam. What happened to my cam is that I went to my partner's house and I left it there, and then I had the one I had for Twilight Embers was like was just borrowing it from. I was just borrowing it, and now I can't use it right now, so I just gotta it's I just gotta yeah, I just gotta make do with what I got, so yeah. So my camera is away. It's like an hour and a half drive away, so I don't want to go back there, but I'm getting it delivered it. So we need to fund you a cam. Yeah, well, it's getting dropped off next weekend. So in like 2 days, it should be getting dropped off. So it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm just like, I'll just do this at the moment. It's fine. Patrick. My name's Patrick. I even like I was gonna like commit to the bit and like try and do the voice while I was streaming. Like I watched like a vocal training thing where it's like, you really I couldn't do it, but it helps. It's really just easy to say SpongeBob. It was my favorite thing. So, but I got talents. I think I was doing this because some of my friends were trying to do the VTuber thing before as well, and then I kind of wanted to try it, and like I played around with it. As I played around with this as like a joke, and then it's just kind of like I got left as my default because I never ended up, like it didn't really go anywhere. So, yeah. But yeah, I think it works. It works just fine. Why would they do that? Oh, I guess new mayor. So new mayor has new plans. God damn. But what I actually need to fund is getting a, I don't know, better graphics card maybe or something. That'd be nice. Yeah, I'm saving for a whole new PC. Yeah, right. I'm kind of like, I'm not really touching anything that I get from doing the streaming stuff. I'm not really touching it, and it's like as soon as I have enough in there to buy a new PC, I keep looking at the camera and doing camera things. God damn it. Uh, Also, you like this? I got a new thing here, right? This is for look. If like a bug happens, I got a new thing. I got this. Bam. Oh my God, is that GM Planetov? Report that bug. And then and Planetov shows up and he says there are no bugs in Ba Sing Se. I don't even man. I feel like I should need to try and stick to some sort of theme, but I don't know. I'm just having fun with it, and yeah. My theme is meme stream. Wait, can you craft in here? Wait, what? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that'd be bad. Sadly, the GPU I want costs the same as the whole new PC cost 6 years ago. Not that not that I've never really cared about money. Money is to be spent. Yeah, yeah. I agree with that. I just try. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too like frugal, but I don't know. I just, I guess, yeah, yeah. Money is it is what it is. You know, it's nice to have, but oh shit. That's how they get you. Uh, I like when I gift subs. It's like giving smiles to others. Yeah, yeah. I wish I could do more like sub gifting, but I just don't. I just don't have. I don't have the money for it. Or like I'm supposed to be saving because I have like there's been like this trip planned for a long time right now that I'm sort of like I have to like not spend money crazy amounts. So yeah. Oh, you shouldn't, and you shouldn't feel bad. Yeah. Like I'm kind of I'm semi-unemployed. So having that getting that money in is like kind of nice. Um, but I did like I kind of worked like a decent gig a while ago that I'm just sort of coasting off the money from that. So yeah, yeah. Uh, um, res on Moog. Okay, should be through. Going for the res again on Moog. Oh god. Oh god. No, no, no. Couldn't do it. Keep those reses coming out if we can. Oh fuck. Oh. Oh no. Sorry. Looking forward to the end of March for Rogue update. Rogue daggers, dual weapons, desert nodes will become nodes. Apparently the entirety of the jungle will be unlocked, which will bring 5 nodes, and some soft piracy stuff too. Oh yeah, cool. Thor's group should be excited for the piracy bit. Yeah, for sure, right? Are we... Okay. Yeah, are we releasing or... We've still got clerics up, right? So... But is, are they... Did they break the leash? Um, yeah, should be interesting when the piracy stuff comes out at least. I'm excited for being able to sail across the area, you know. Sail across from sorry, the area. Sail across from New Ayla to Sunhaven. Like if they open up that water area, that'd be so cool. And then they have like full like, you know, there'll be like full water combat basically, and then having those aquatic mounts will be so important, you know. So yeah. Um, but yeah. Um, Usually when I've done Zama before, we like pull him to the left on one of the side staircases, and then everyone's in the corner, and that way we're not pulling mobs from the doorway and stuff like that. Maybe we could try that. Oh, that is annoying. Gotcha. Okay. Hmm. God, I went through and so I feel like I'm getting a lot better frames even now. I went through and I deleted a bunch of footage from stuff, like, hundreds of gigabytes of recordings that I had that I was like, I'm never gonna edit these, so I should just get rid of them. So I managed to get rid of like, I don't know, like 250 gigs worth of just stuff, and now it's like running a lot cleaner, which is nice. So, and now I'm gonna have to try and be a bit more mindful about which events I'm actually recording and how much of them I'm actually gonna be like, um, yeah, and make sure you have the stamina to dodge roll twice. Full stamina bar. Oh, if you jump down on your mount as well, then even if you fall in the lava, it doesn't damage you? Hmm. For now. For now. I don't know. Huh. Mm-hmm. Oh no. Wait, what happened? Uh, I don't know if you're gonna be able to make it from there, actually. Ah, fuck. Yeah, you might have to reset. I don't know if you're gonna be able to make it all the way around to somewhere you can get up from there. That's funny. By the way, scorpions don't work on lava. Apparently. Apparently. Mm. It's so bright. Why is it so bright? God. Think I could make it as a PNG tuber. You think I could make it as a PNG tuber? What if I did it with a strange Patrick voice? For the entirety of this entire playthrough, I'm just playing. Watching people try to climb up this mountain is super frustrating because it's really buggy and it works for some people and it doesn't work for others. And I'm just trying to sit here. I'm just trying to get EXP, grind my EXP debt off. And it's just not working. They're just not doing it. Why is it so bright down there? It's so weird. Like I feel like the voice almost turns into like into like a Yogi Bear or something. God damn it! God damn it! Weird. That's for that's for the second term. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to say that. It's already running for the second term. Yeah, 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 yeah. Of course. Yes, yes. No, it'll be Genj. uh, okay. Oh, shh. I may have just pulled. I'm sorry. Hmm. Sup? Just doing a forge run with Porcini and his little fungi fellowship people. His people. His mushrooms. Huh. Unfortunately, I don't have my my camera right now, so something I left it in a spot that I cannot retrieve it from, and now I'm out of luck. So you get the VTuber Simflow. I gotta make one specifically for this channel though. I think that's definitely gotta, yeah. Ooh. But I thought I'd stream anyway, just so I have you know, just so I'm doing something while the game's up. Don't want to end up in a position where, you know, I'm not streaming but something cool happens, so I don't know. I'd rather have it going. I'd rather have it going with something, at least, you know. Um, Uh, yeah, I mean, if you're a journeyman miner, then go for it. Priestess. Yeah. I'm still at like 220. Nice. He's just having a look. He didn't take anything. Sorry, I didn't see. I'm gonna keep this here actually. Um, Luckness, thank you. Hey, just want to say thank you for making the pod available for download on YouTube. I was the one who asked Laloop to ask you. Yeah, no, that's totally fine. I Laloop asked and I was like, oh, how do I do that? And it's actually super easy. I just made the playlist like a podcast playlist, so it's God damn. But yeah, I'm glad. I hope you oh no. Are you are you guys I I can't even see anyone right now. I can only see you guys. What the hell? Mhm. Uh God damn. Yeah, I like the length. I'm an electrician, and the 3 hours is a nice chunk of my day. Hey, I mean, if that's, I'm. It's kind of crazy, like that. The idea of you listening to us just like bantering and talking about ashes while we, while you work. It's I don't know. Still something I haven't gotten over yet. It's like, okay, interesting, cool. Hopefully the episode is nice enough. I mean, the last episode was fun. We had Planendorf in, and Tmugsy was there for a little bit, and then there was a bunch more other people, and the Golden Feather Tavern, they raided into us. That was cool. Vertec was there for a while. It's kind of a fun. Hmm. Uh, Not a lot. Yeah, we only have like 5 people online in Dawnfire at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah. Uh, yeah, the one where you watched Esoteric's video? No. We have a third one. We did one yesterday. Literally yesterday. We hung out and we. Oh. Tholi? Tholi, thank you for the follow. Hell yeah. I'm just hanging out with Porcini at the moment. We're dealing with a situation. Is there any dwarves online that can come and help us? War deck on purple. They 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 seem to have stream sniped Porcini and they're attacking us in the dwarven ruins. You know, I'm not sure. Uh, oh. Laloop. Hey. Is a little late, but we'll let the others know. It's okay. I think we're gonna back out and we're gonna head back to town or something. We did get some okay grinding in. Also Laloop. Hey, what's up? Yeah, Lucknit was here and talking about how how he wanted how I made the Twilight Talks like a podcast thing now. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're just gonna back out. We've been here for a little while, so probably like a couple hours, few hours, so we're just gonna head off. Um the only thing is like the thing that sucks is like I'm not in their party, so like I can't even yeah, like I'm not in their party, so I can't even do anything here. Oh no, I'm not in their guild, sorry. I keep getting distracted. Well, on the 9th, sir, you'll get my prime. Cut and color, baby. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I don't know. It sounds like they don't want a PvP, so I don't want to like flag up and just get destroyed. I mean, I don't have much on me. I have a lot on me. Glittering metal strand. Yeah, purple decked on fungi while we were in the raid. So yeah, it was pretty good. Uh, oh yeah, so the big thing is that they stream sniped Fortini. So it's like they war decked him and then they, came and found us through his stream. Which sucks, it is what it is. But yeah. I unfortunately I don't have a webcam. I know I'm getting wait, Lux, a lot of people are really sad about the armorsmith. A lot of people are upset about the armorsmithing. I know I'm getting spammed about it. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yikes, streamer life is rough. Yeah, right. Streamer life sure is rough. But Coco wouldn't build weaponsmithing. Coco doesn't know what he's doing. He hasn't made any plans. AFK. Oh, so TM said fuck it, I think. Hmm? Um, I'm Team is very reactionary, impulsive. Yeah, yeah, definitely. He's yeah. Well, no, I mean, uh, sorry, I just got distracted. I was listening to I was listening to the Discord I'm in. Sorry. No, what was it? TMX messaged me before and was like, "Yeah, we destroyed the armor smithing because all of the upgrades that could be uh gotten out of it are super expensive and like unachievable for uh you know for normal players anyway, and it's like more worth it just to have the weaponsmith to build weapons, not have um cope. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to. I'm just passing the information as I get it, right? Where it's like, sure, but um, I know a lot of people are going to be mad because they knew the Armorsmith was coming up, and they have a lot of things prepared for it, right? And so it's like, I don't know, I don't know, but it's like, I know everyone's mad, but at the same time, that like, is that going to be a are they going to change the fact that you can destroy buildings like that um, as soon as you get mayor, right? Are they going to change that, or is it going to be like that? Because otherwise, that's sort of like, is that just part of the gameplay where it's like, yeah, you could just get wrecked by some mayor who comes in and is like, you know, actually, I want to do this, and he just changes it. It's supposed to be a voted measure, right? How did it get through then? I guess they pushed it through with nope. Um, oh, nope. Oh, unpin. Did I get it? No, I didn't. God damn it. There we go. Alright. Alright. I think it bugged out is what happened. Well, the thing is, if if they had enough votes to win the mayorship, then maybe they had enough votes to just swing that vote as well to like get it through. I don't know what the what's like the majority for it. What does that have to be? Uh, I get more frames when I look directly at the ground. Look at nothing, look down, look nowhere. All good. All good. Oh. Yeah, running into towns now is kind of crazy. The frames just drain away. It's like the mayoral vote. There's a full 24 hours, so everyone has a chance to vote. Oh, okay. Yeah, weird. How'd they get it so quick? How'd they get it through so quick then? Like that's, you know, that shouldn't be possible, should it? Uh, at least that is the intention from what I understand. It's gonna be funny when they can't when they can't go for nodes in scientific when they fix the voting measures. Yeah, yeah, right. Um, yeah, right, because they won't be able to have like, it'll be like one vote per account, basically, or per server, maybe? I can see per server as being fine. Like, oh yeah, you get 2 votes on each server. I guess that's the thing. Hmm? Um, uh, plus you should be able to go to your band members. If you, yeah, you can see what they posted in the thing. If you go under like the settings, moderation, band users, then you click on the name, it'll come up with everything they said in the chat. But yeah. I'm gonna head off. Thanks for the party though, guys. Or raid. Appreciate it. It was fun. Bye. What do we got? Hydrate. You can't even tell if I'm hydrating. I don't know. I guess I can. Hydrate. I did the hydrating. You can't see it, but I definitely did it. 100%. Um, yeah, there you go. There you go. Posture check. You can't even see how I'm sitting. You don't know. Hang on. It's only like this now though because there is only a small fraction of nodes. I'm sure with the whole world, the alt voting thing will not hurt so bad. Yeah, right. It always comes down to that where it's like, oh yeah, we don't have a high, like the overall population of the servers isn't high compared to other games, but the the amount of players we have localized in like these two regions. Oh. In these like two regions, like Riverlands and Desert, it's definitely just messing with the balance of things, I think. So but I'm just gonna be I guess I'm just chopping wood for now. I don't know. I need to get more mana salves. I think it's what I need. I'm starting to run low. I think I bought these mana salves I bought at like the start of the phase. And I bought like 20 of them and I'm down to 2. So I think it's definitely something I gotta look into. Uh ah, alright. I think I'm gonna head over here. There is intel, but there might be nice some nice trees over here somewhere. That's simpler. I have a ton you can have. Oh right. Oh yeah. Of the salves? Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah. I'll come pick that up at some point. What is this? Amnesty Black. Okay. Ah, it's beautiful, really. The acknowledgement of a gamer. Uh, what are you all doing, by the way? I can see I can see the viewers going up, but I'm like, ah, yeah, I don't know. I guess we're all still reeling from the fact that what Jova doesn't have a doesn't have uh the armor smithing, right? So that's kind of crazy. Hey, a runic steed. I think I will. Wait, no. Chuck all this on. I got no cam today, but oh hey, an uncommon, nice, pretty good. That turns beast to burden. That should be pretty nice. Apparently there was some hemlock around here, some nice hemlock. So maybe I can get that. Pick that up real quick. Did it? Where'd I put that thing? Here? Yeah. So it looks like it's like somewhere up around here, maybe? I don't even know if it's worth swapping these clothes whenever I mine something. Like, I don't... Is it even worth, like, the rarities I get off this? Is like, is it even worth it? Not sure. But it sure don't feel like it, you know? I think that's one of the main problems I have with a lot of the gathering stuff at the moment is like, whenever you equip something, it doesn't feel like it's doing anything. Like it doesn't feel like it, and that's not great. It's not great at all. What's crazy is like Darragol used to be like the spot, which was super busy all the time, and now it's like super dead. Like no one goes there ever. Because why would you? I don't know. Let's summon this. Also still waiting on the auto water mount speed to be adjusted or fixed in the thing. Ah. Damn. It's not really what I wanted, but alright. Yeah, it's kind of rough because the feels like I don't know what they're gonna do with the mounts and beast of burdens that really don't have any appeal to them. Like it's kind of weird to me that like one thing I always think about is the deer and how the deer is like I guess because we only have half the system in, so it's kind of like, well, what are we doing here? We're only gathering like commons. Then you know, but maybe you could build up like a really good deer or something if you get enough of them. But I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe if like I don't know, maybe if being able to select which one you got cost more, you know? Whereas like, okay, you could roll and like you could roll like a uh you could roll like a E2 horse and you have a 50-50 of getting of getting either a mount or a booster burden, or you could do it with like a 5. You know, you need like 5 of them or something, and then you can kind of pick or at least influence the chance of which one you're going to get, you know? So, I don't know though. I'm gonna go up here. I'm thinking there won't be a lot of people up here, so... Kind of really like this area for chopping down trees. It's very nice. Very, got a real nice view going. Hell yeah. Ah! Tmugsy, no. Not like this. Anything but this. I'm nowhere. I'm right here. I'm chopping down this tree right here. I'm exactly nowhere. I don't know. You could try and find me. If you could find me while I'm just looking at a tree like this, well, I guess you deserve it, and you can take all of my common wood. Too late, on my way. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. I have to run. I have to get out of here. Maybe if I make it to... Maybe if I make it to Jova. Oh no, not the map. I can't bring up the map. Nope, nope. Definitely not near Jova. I'm definitely... Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh yeah, that's me right there. You see that? That's me right there. Oh. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Can I outrun? I don't know where you're flying. Oh, wait a minute. You guys own Jova now. I'm literally running to your home node. This is stupid. Oh boy. I'm in trouble. GeoGuessr and Ashes. That would be fun, actually. I just need some sort of reward. I need rewards for doing a GeoGuessr thing. That'd be fun. Like, I got some mounts here I can give out, but they're only like... They're like tier 1, tier 2 junk mounts that I just need to get rid of, really. Like, imagine if I did GeoGuessr and it was like, it was just this. Like it was just this. And I was just running around like, if you could find me. Ash's GeoGuessr. uh... Just run around like this. Oh. mean, I honestly don't even have... I don't even have a lot of stuff. I got this... Maybe this could be useful, but I don't know. Gotta run into town. Quickly depot everything before I get absolutely dunked on. Run, flee. I don't know why, but I'm expecting T-Max to just like fly up on me. Oh god. Running into towns now is kind of the worst thing ever. At the moment. But I can totally put these away. Or not. Okay. You know what? Screw it. Even if I die, it'll be worth it just to list some stuff. Eh. Um. Hold on a second. If you use my stream to find me, then that's stream sniping. Oh, I might not win in game, but I could win in real life. I'll go and cry. I'll cry to Papa Steven. I'll tell him. I'll tell him Tmugsy was being so mean to me. He was stream sniping me. He's a bad man. He's a bad man. Oh, what the fuck. Okay. uh, what is it? Oh, hey, it's Scar. I don't even know, like... I don't know what to do right now. Like, nothing really going on. Discord's kind of down. Let's see. Now I'm just like waiting. I'm just waiting to get sniped. Uh, can we get a Joven town hall on on why you know why certain things are happening? Why is there no armor smithing station? What happened to the armor smithing station? We would have liked that. We would have liked that. You know? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Sure. Alright, alright. Okay, okay. Let me hang on. Let me get somewhere that is ah. Hello? No, yeah, I can hear you. Hang on, I just gotta... Okay, so I'm opening up the stream. They'll be able to hear you. Yeah. So I got Tmugsy here. I don't know who's listening. There's like 7 people in here. It's fine.
It's all good. I'm just doing maps anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, like, you would tell me before.
Here, hold on. Let me post this in the Discord, and people can come in here and say mean things in the chat to me.
They can meme out in the chat. Yeah. So
they can say mean things to me in the chat.
Oh yeah. Not too mean. I'm not trying to get fucking banned out here. But like, yeah, crazy. So crazy twist. There's no armor smithing
What's your name in the Discord?
Huh? Should be simpler.
What's your name? I don't see you in here. Can't add you. Oh, there we go. Your Twilight Embers Simplo.
Oh, yeah.
Make yourself Simplo.
No way. I gotta represent. Wait. What? Is it?
Let's get you some content.
Yeah. Okay. You're doing treasure maps right now? I guess you're just flying from spot to spot. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
It's super efficient with the flying maps.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna be hanging out here on Simplo Twilight Embers. Yeah.
What if I just flew on top of your head and killed you?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Wouldn't that be funny?
That would be great. I would clip it and ship it and be like, "Look at Tmugsy. What a mean guy."
See, look.
Wait, what? Wait. I don't even see you. God, my game lags so hard in towns now. What the fuck? But I'm just gonna perch up on this rock.
Well, I'm closing a bunch of tabs right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I destroyed the Armorsmith. I was like, everyone's gonna love this. We'll have weaponsmithing. And there's Reddit threads. People are freaking out. Holy shit.
Right? Oh my god. There was like, I don't know, like, I guess yeah. What you were saying before is that like having the armor, having the weaponsmith is a lot better because the weapons give a lot more stat bonuses. Plus, it's also just one thing you have to make, and then the.
If you are a caster right now, you are in heaven.
Right.
I mean, go look at the spell Greatsword.
Let me have a look at this. So is there wait, if I just bring up crafting, should be able to see stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, sort
and
of.
there's so many like, I mean, if you're a melee too, you're in heaven as well. Go look at like a legendary iron greatsword. You're getting a 300 spell power or 300 physical power sword, 9 strength,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
9 con on it, for almost no cost. I mean, you're talking about getting 1 to 2 strength upgrades on items that cost you somewhere between 3 and 500 gold, versus getting weapons that will give you hundreds of spell power, hundreds of physical power for around 30 to 50 gold. Like, people are just fully clueless. If they think I'm griefing them by destroying the Armorsmith and replacing with Weaponsmith, they are just, I don't tell you. Go look up
Right.
Iron Greatsword. Go look up Iron, like the Iron Spell Power Greatsword.
What am I looking
Say
at?
thank you.
I guess I can't see them because I don't have. Uh, where can I see it? Should I just bring it up on Ashes?
Ashes Codex.
Oh, I think the main thing is. Wait, Mercy is saying, yeah, you're right. Not like crafters needed tool belts. What do the tool
I
belts
mean,
do? I guess they give more rarity or like a uprocking chance or something for stuff, which is useful. I don't know. I think there's a bit of an uproar because it's like that there's sort of like this expansive I can kind of hear myself in your.
I mean, just trust I know more about the game than you do. The Weaponsmith is more powerful than your random tool belt. That's all I would say.
Yeah, extremely useful. um, but like so the okay, okay. Merthius.
Yeah.
Yeah, Merthius is not a fan of yours. He doesn't like you at all.
Get into voice, Morthius. You can talk to me in voice. Hop in the call.
No, I don't know about that. But like the
Dude is a troll. Wait, no, actually, though, tell me how I'm a troll. I just explained to you that the weapons you get on upgrades will change your fizz power and your spell power by hundreds. And you're talking about a tool belt. You just sound like an idiot. Like,
so
you're completely clueless. If you
I
think
think what
if you
the
think a tool belt is more important, like, what are you saying?
I think like the difference is that like the intentions and the directions. So I can see like being part of being the leader of Polo, like your
The word
sole focus is like
pause
pushing
for a
that
second.
power, right?
The word troll intends that I'm doing something that would in turn be like less useful or like meaningless or to like fuck with someone, right?
Wait, can I bring Laloop in on this? How do
Go
I?
ahead, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Is this gonna work? Hello? Oh, yeah, there we go. God damn it. Is that working? Okay, cool.
Am I still on stream or no?
Yes. Yes, you're good now.
I mean, you do need a definition of troll. You're saying it in the wrong context completely. You can just say, basically say you dislike me for whatever other reason. It's fine. But if you're talking about the merits on this situation, you're just talking out of your ass, which is fine.
Let's try and step back from the troll and like insulting each other. I just want to know like specifically. So the uh
Hey, pull up the codex on
for
stream.
rating your stream sin. Uh, let me see if I can just pull up Ash's codex and I'll like pull it onto stream and then I can go between the belts and see. Like, can you give me like a specific item that you're thinking of that you're like, okay, this is like something that
Iron Greatsword.
Iron
I'll
Greatsword.
link one chat for you.
All right, all right, Greatsword. And I'm guessing we're at least heroic, maybe. Realistically.
No, I mean it's realistically is legendary for sure.
Okay, sure. Let
I
me.
mean, a legendary iron right now is somewhere between 1 to 3 gold per.
So I'll have this here. What I can do is I can bring this up. Do a window capture. Oh, okay. Laloop is still driving home, so
He's driving.
she'll be there in a second. But let me bring this up. Okay. So like, for example, I guess so. What you're talking about is this, right? And then what? What everyone else
This is a big item. Go to the spell sword. Go to the spell sword, for example.
Yeah. Okay.
I linked both in chat for you.
Oh. Oh yeah. Gotcha. So if I go here, right?
Just type in greatsword, brother. Iron greatsword.
Yeah. So I've got those two up already, and then
Slam it. Slam it in legendary. Okay, let's look at the cost here. 20 iron ingots, right?
yeah.
Probably gonna run you if you're doing good, like good market looking, and you're looking for value. You're spending a little bit of time on it. You're looking at like 50 gold average, probably on the iron ingots. The dried redwood plank, you're looking 20 gold for that one. 70 gold. The wordstone, less than a gold. Magic powder, less than a gold. So you're looking
Oh.
here like a 72-ish, 75-ish cost for this item. What are you using now currently, Simplo?
I don't want to compare it with.
But compare this item to what you're using now.
Hang on. Let me. Like that. I mean, if hang on.
Sure.
Let me. Is that the? Hang on. That is a spell sword. Yeah.
You're looking at 161 spell power on that. What's on the scepter?
Yeah, and then
Kind
75
of crazy
from
you don't have the blue scepter from Sif.
Yeah, I know.
So you're looking at like a 220-ish spell power. You drop 75 gold. You're looking for. I mean, you're not even counting the int here. There's 11 int on this item, or probably like an average of like 8 or 9 with
Also,
crafting. Like,
sorry to
rating.
interrupt, but hey, Porcini, I'm talking to TMX. He's gonna he's explaining why the Armorsmith changes, what happened there, right? So, hopefully,
So you for the gold, if we're looking at the gold per like power point increase of the progression of your character, I mean, you're looking at like a 10-to-1 more efficiency with weaponsmithing than armor smithing. I mean, I already showed you like one item, for example, for like the ranger with the bracers. You're looking at like a few strength upgrade for like 300 to 500 gold. And for like an average player like you, for 75 gold, you're looking at hundreds of spell power, literally hundreds.
right?
I mean, you're not the real case here. Like, you'd probably have the Ceph, scepter, and
Yeah.
maybe
I mean, I'm just sitting around
But
like
in general,
300 now.
the average player who's actually trying, like, will see a significant upgrade. Like, talk to
Yeah.
Laloop, for example. With carpentry now and us getting weaving out, he was probably able to make a bow, like a heroic version, even for a cheap like 30 gold bow, which is like heroic version. He probably got like a 50 physical power upgrade from the long sight bow. The same thing with the weaponsmith here. For mages, for fighters, for rangers, everyone's going to see a massive boost for around that 75 to 100 gold mark. Everyone's characters. Where armor smithing,
Let me just
you
have a
could
look at
spend
this tool
5,
belt.
6x out.
Merthius? Which tool belt am I looking at here? Like, what am I looking for? I kind of just want to like compare them direct. Like, even though there's not even a direct comparison, obviously one thing is for combat, one's for utility for crafting, right? Because normal player has 100 gold to make a legendary sword, right? Yeah, that's one thing as well. Well,
I actually think yes.
I mean,
normal players now do definitely have around that.
I mean, I'm pretty poor all the time, but it kind of feels like there's a lot of players that have a lot of gold. I don't know. Show my gold. Hang on, I'll put it over on the other side. There we go. And then hang on.
But by the way, even if you don't have 100 gold, you can make that great spell sword for 15 gold, maybe even 10 gold, with like rare or even heroic iron, and still be a massive upgrade. So his point is just like, without being mean, is very, very bad.
Yeah. Well, yeah. All of the tool belts slash armor is made at armor smithing. Right. Okay. I don't know. What would be the most useful then? Let's just look at a journeyman miner's tool belt. How about that? I don't know. I guess it's like it's not comparable. Let's just say legendary. Fuck it. Even if that is like uh crazy
Okay,
unachievable.
so we're mining rarity rating doesn't matter at all. So this is like a bad belt to look at. I mean, look at a belt that actually matters, right? Because these nodes are static. So rarity is completely
Right,
useless stat in belts.
right.
I mean,
What would
Prometheus,
be
someone's point has to be correct, bro. And I'm sorry, your point is really, really, really incorrect.
uh what would we use? Hunter's tool belt? No, not hunting. No, hunting is
Hunters does matter because it's not static, but even then, it's such a small, minute difference. Like rarity changing is almost
yeah.
nothing.
What would you say, Merthius? Give me a belt. Give me something.
Tailoring belt would matter because tailoring would change the rating in which you of the things you craft, right?
Okay.
So if you made a tailoring belt, let's say at like I don't know, epic or something like that, but you need griffin leather. It's kind of hard to get. You could probably make an epic tailoring belt, right? That will give you like 200 quality rating, right? So when you make an item, like you could use slightly less mats to make that item maybe reach where you want it to be. Um, it's pretty
Right.
insignificant. I mean, most crafters will have somewhere around 400 to 700 crafting if they really try hard, but it's extremely minute, really insignificant. Um, not a big difference at all. 100% not worth keeping the Armorsmith over the Weaponsmith. What do you mean
Yeah.
says something about crafting? I have over 500 physical power unbuffed. I'd have to know a little bit about crafting, right?
I mean, I'm sort of like out of my depth on both angles here, and I'm just sort of like looking at them like, to me,
Okay, 450 is kind of low now. I mean, most mages in our guild have over 500, so
it does make more
what's the
sense.
point?
Like, I guess if your goal is to just hit straight magic power, but I guess it's like people are still trying to, I don't know, they're trying to get more consistency in harvesting those valuable materials, and so
So
having
real quick, open up that.
that belt might be
Sorry,
good.
you know,
Sorry. Yeah. What?
simple. Open up your screen like larger so the whole screen can be seen. Like open up the
I
action
mean,
codex. Like, can you make it bigger?
oh,
It's
wait.
really small on your screen.
Oh, right. Okay. Let me just let's crop it a bit so I can, yeah, like
Okay,
that.
so go to artisan. No. Make it much bigger, much bigger.
Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, sure. That looks fine.
Okay, go to artisan.
Right.
The tab on the top,
Yeah. Crafting calculator.
and then go to crafting calculator, and then you can just directly put in the amount of like quality rating into a craft. See that quality rating tab there? So like
Yeah.
you can just test this with like the iron. You know, I mean the tool belt doesn't matter. The tool belt is just going to give the quality rating. Go to
Right.
like a great iron spell sword or something, just so you can have an idea of how much it affects the craft.
Oh, whoops.
You can use anything; it doesn't matter.
Okay. It's not. There we go. All right. And what do I put this to? Minimum's like 400, right? Best of luck,
Yeah.
Simplo. TMX isn't and will always be wrong. You don't get to tell someone how to play the game. Well, I mean,
Wait, I literally do, since I'm the mayor, right? I get to actually make that decision.
I mean, it. Yeah, it.
So
I think there's just a lot of people that see. I feel like this is another situation where it's like a little bit of heads up. Like if you like mentioned it somewhere to someone and be like, hey, by the way, I'm not doing the armor smithing. I'm swapping it out for a weaponsmithing because it's way better.
so
But it's like
I
it
mean,
feels like
we talk
yeah,
about that within our own clique, right? Obviously, you're supposed to get 20 hours of 24 hours of voting into 24 hours before it gets destroyed, or 24 hours while it's getting destroyed. But I don't know, the system had a bug, I guess, so it instantly destroyed the armorsmith.
I
right.
am here now. Welcome, welcome.
So,
That was a good time to hop in because this is kind of what I wanted to touch on myself. Of the notice, right? If you look at other examples and precedent that's been set, You look at Alethria, and she's been talking about getting rid of the journeyman mining pick station. She's given people a lot of warning. She's been very upfront and forward about that, and giving people time to get that before taking it off. People have very busy schedules, a lot of stuff that they're doing, and so if someone is starting a little out of breath, if someone is
Did you run
saving
here,
a lot
Laloop, or what?
I'm super excited, TM. I'm super excited you're here. I'm sorry. I had to run in from the parking lot. A lot of these people, I can understand how a lot of these crafters would be upset, and I understand what you're saying about if there's a bug or anything like that. I definitely think there should be a vote in for the demo system.
There normally
a
is.
lot of these, yeah, I mean, yeah, and so it should be. I can understand why a lot of crafters would be angry about it immediately going down, because if you imagine as a crafter, you have a lot of crafting experience, you know how much time and effort goes into that. And then, I mean, surely you can empathize, and then all of a sudden you log in one day, elections are over, and then, through no warning, no fault, no anything, like armor station's down. If you had something you were saving, like maybe you're waiting for your friend to get on, maybe you were just trying to lock down that one few piece, but you had like some guild stuff, you didn't know stuff was going down, and then the armor station just completely...
I actually can't empathize at all. I've had literally people like already like death threatening me and shit over this. And I've had people like freaking out in my DMs. I've had people randomly cursing at me, like saying insane shit to me so far. I have actually zero empathy for anyone at all. Like there's supposed to be a 48-hour waiting period when we do it. That should be more than enough time to warn the citizens and like warn the server. Like, well, I could have maybe mentioned it beforehand, but the reaction that some people have is actually so visceral and fucking gross that
that's a separate issue. I agree with you. Any sort of reactions, any sort of real life stuff, any sort of personal things that go out, I would agree with you, is too far. I mean, game politics are game politics. We can react in that way, but I think anyone could agree that whenever things go through, death threats or anything, doxing, some of that stuff kind of pops up. I think we as a community, no matter what happens, that is unacceptable, right? But that's also a completely separate act than the one than like the act in the first place, right? So well, obviously that stuff is...
This guy Murthius immediately was just like, why would I ever have any sympathy for this person? Instantly just like immediately ad-homing me. Why would I ever care about any of these people?
Let's ignore Murthius for now. There's always going to be a lot of name calling and other stuff like that on both sides too. And you guys have people in your guild that are name calling too, and I think it's us as leaders that have to rise up against that and not give it any attention or anything like that.
My entire point is, I think people have this idea that like, I don't know, that I'm somehow supposed to go out of my way to like you said, like, oh, warnings beforehand, Alethria does it, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, Alethria is probably doing it for the sake of like getting votes, and she kind of runs like a more communal node. Like, we run everything pretty internally. Like, for me, the game is supposed to warn people on the server, and if it doesn't, that sucks, I get it. But coming at me initially is just like kind of freak behavior. I'm not gonna lie. Like some of the stuff people say in this game, when it's like, we hit I have Razzle. I said, Razzle, okay, hit demolish. We're gonna move into the weaponsmith. So I was talking to GBK throughout the whole process, right? Because we're trying to communicate with the person from AZ. The person from AZ is not responding to anyone. So it's like, okay, don't have a ton of time.
You're talking about Coconut, to be clear? Coconut's not responding?
Yeah. Okay. So I've reached out to that person like actually 50 times today, zero response. So it's like, okay, well, clearly this person doesn't know what they're doing or isn't responsive. Maybe they don't speak English. Whatever the situation is, let's just move on this anyway. The Armorsmith is kind of useless anyway. Destroy it, and we'll put up the weaponsmith. Cool. And, whatever, people will have 24 hours or 48 hours before it goes down. Doesn't work out that way. Oh, that's kind of shitty. And then immediately it's like, the world is, exploding and I'm exploiting somehow and all this crazy shit. And it's like, yeah,
some people definitely don't react to change very well. That's for sure. And this one was sudden. You have to at least admit it was sudden.
Yeah, I could sit here and be like, oh, I'm sympathetic to these people. But like 90% of these people are completely clueless, first off. And they're just like, I actually really struggle to deal with people who are super ignorant and just type and scream and say crazy shit when they're completely clueless with the situation in the first place. That's like a huge pet peeve. So I'm just going to say like straight up to them, go fuck yourself. Like that's just how I feel about it.
Well, you always see people, see the loudest people first too, right? Like the more even-tempered people aren't going to be the ones that are DMing you, aren't going to be so those vitriolic people, which they exist in every type of group, are going to be the ones that rise up to the top in any situation.
if you're asking me, Laloop, hey Muggsy, next time you guys demolish buildings, give us a heads up. Yeah, of course we'll do it. We didn't know it was even possible for this to bug this way. If that's the question that you, or like the I don't know, I guess like the situation you're setting up. Yeah, next time we'll give people a heads up. We just didn't realize that was the situation. There's a guy in my guild who's super upset that he wasn't able to craft his bracers, and was like, "Hey man, sorry, we didn't know it wasn't going to give us the time like beforehand to do it." You know,
Yeah.
it's kind of like
And
a learning lesson for everyone. Like we didn't know that that
yeah,
wouldn't work because when we destroyed the factory, it was a 24-hour vote into a 24-hour waiting period.
right. And I don't think
So,
I don't think it dismisses anything that people does to give empathy to situations, right? I think they're two different things. And I think that even if you give people empathy, it's just trying to understand where people are coming from. That goes a long way, even if ultimately you stick to your convictions and do what you want to do. It's just like, look, even just coming out and saying, look, I know it was all it was all of a sudden like, we didn't really mean for it to happen that fast. And understanding
yeah,
how people
I
get
am
upset
never
without
gonna
excusing any sort of behavior like that would go a long way
yeah,
too.
I'm never gonna come out to that like to anyone like I'll give you a perfect example. This guy in this chat right here, this Murthius guy. I'm never gonna come out and apologize to someone like this. Like something like that needs to like go seek medical help, go get therapy or something. You're like in my head, you are a complete freak. I'm actually, I'm actually happy that you are mad about this situation because you're never gonna change. So it doesn't what's the point of me ever trying to like be empathetic with these people? They're
I mean, I do it for me, not necessarily the other people, but that's just me. I can only
yeah, no,
speak
I
for
already
myself.
I mean I explained the situation in the general chat of whatever it's called, and someone reaches out to me like a normal human being, I'll talk to them and be like, oh, this is the reason why. This is why this happened.
Mhm.
But for the people who are like, clearly just like, whatever you want to say, without me being super
It's
toxic
so
about it.
rough because I think we're in a position where it's like the game has been going for so long now. A lot of people have settled into like, oh yeah, this is the game, and like they're investing a lot of time into doing all this stuff and kind of like losing sight that it's still alpha. Like I still kind of play this in the back of my mind of like, oh yeah, this like they could be like, oh guys, servers are fucked. We got to wipe tomorrow. Like I'm
For
still
sure.
at that point where it's like, okay, I play the game, I have fun, it's fun, but like
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, and there could be like this random bug that just like screws everyone. Like what happened the other day with the glint in the desert, and it was just like, okay, we're gonna have to roll back a day, and then
Yeah, that
everyone
could
lost
have
like a bunch
just
of
bricked
stuff,
the
right?
entire servers.
Right?
Oh, it did brick the entire server in a matter of 3 hours. That's why they
Well,
rolled
Yeah,
it
I
back.
mean,
right.
it could have been a full wipe right then and there, right? If they didn't have the resources to roll it
Yeah.
back, like they did.
I mean, I think it's definitely healthy for everyone in the game to kind of take a step back. I mean, I know on our side in Nuela and stuff, we've had stuff happen over here that taught me a while ago, right? That like there's game stuff that happens and then there's out of game stuff that happens. And if you like in a game like this that's so changing, I mean, Ash's time happens 7 times faster than normal time. And with all the political engagements that go on and everything, like it's good for people's mental health to like kind of try and step out of it a little bit. I mean, still invest your time into it and everything. Terrapin TV reporting live. Um, but I think for everyone's mental health, like it is good to step outside and feel those emotions and stuff, but then be a little bit removed from them at the same time, so that you don't lean into like trying to dox people or take it to a personal level, right? So I mean, as far as me and my philosophy, I definitely, game actions are game actions. I have my rivals, we have the stuff that we try to do, but if games are played and things are done and the server wipes tomorrow, like at the end of the day, like it is ultimately just pixels, even though you spent hundreds of hours on those pixels sometimes, and it's an alpha too where it's gonna wipe. But
Yeah, I
I
would
think
just
it
say
is
this.
important to
I would say this. This is like I think a pretty obvious thing is if you DM someone saying some psycho shit, or you at someone saying some crazy shit, you're never gonna get a good response, nor are you gonna get a serious response. Like if people
Mhm.
genuinely want to talk about like the game, or they want to talk about systems or mechanics or why certain things are happening or whatever, I have no problem explaining to people or talking to people about those things. Like I've talked to Sinflow a bunch of times in our Discord, and obviously we PvP you guys with New Ayla constantly. I have no problem answering questions or even talking about situations, and I'll give you a pretty straightforward answer. I think you'd agree with that, Sinflow. Um,
Yeah, seems
but yeah, if you come at
pretty
me,
straightforward.
yeah, if you come at me crazy or something, I'm either gonna ignore you, I'm gonna block you, or I'm gonna come back at you kind of crazy too. It's kind of how it's gonna go. But yeah, we're not intentionally ever trolling the server. Like we're gonna do things that are gonna always be like the most efficient or like meta, but like no one's destroying the Armorsmith because we want to like see the server progress less. We actually want to see it progress more, and that's why we put the weaponsmith up. Sorry that it instantly happened though. That kind of sucks, I guess.
It's it's
Yeah.
gonna be
And so
it's gonna be rough for people to
and you
like
never
accept like
heard.
whoopsies. Oops.
And so you. So I am curious. So you never heard anything from Coconut about the weaponsmith at all? Like you just heard that he wasn't going to put up weaponsmithing, and then you tried to reach out to him, and they never responded.
was
You kind of just impulsively like, well, let's do it. Like let's
No,
just take it down. No
it wasn't
time to
impulsive.
waste.
No, it wasn't impulsive at all. We knew beforehand when this election was going to go off in AZ. We were like, okay, either Heroes is going to win it or GBK is going to win it. And this guy Coconut won it, which was like totally random. And we knew beforehand, like Kimmy put down the demolish for the Caravansary, whatever the trade bureau maybe, like a few days ago. So we knew this for over a week, and we were always on this plan. Like if this doesn't work out for whatever reason, those groups didn't want to destroy the Caravansary and they wanted to do something else. I have no idea what their plan was, but they were unresponsive. So like this was like, hey, this thing happened. Try to reach out to that Coconut guy as much as possible. Looks like he's not gonna, be on it. He doesn't want to be involved or responsive, whatever the situation may be. So let's just move to the weaponsmith ourselves.
Let's just try and keep
So
it
how
civil
long
in the
did
chat,
you?
okay?
How
Let's
long
everyone
did you
relax a
wait?
little for a second. Okay.
I
Wait,
agree with the chat. If I was
This is what
gonna
I'm
say
talking
so
about.
like
This is the insane. Imagine getting on like a chat or like anything like this and saying this to people is just like crazy. Go
Yeah.
outside, go on a walk. Like that is you are insane. Go seek medical help.
Yeah,
Come
so
on.
I guess it's like the
apart from the trolls,
sorry.
I am curious to get back on track a little bit. I'm just kind of going to ignore the trolls for a while. We'll probably start banning for offensive behavior and stuff like that. But I am curious. So how long from those? Because you said you never knew who Coconut was. I knew Coconut was running actually. I knew
none of us know who that person is at all.
I absolutely knew they actually came to Nuela a little while ago and were trying to make a run for mayor there. So like I was actually aware of that political movement that was going on over there.
Sure.
And so but I am curious, like how long since you self-admitted you never knew this person before the elections went live. The elections were only decided like 5 or 6 hours ago, right? And so if you're saying you didn't know who this guy, if you're saying you didn't know who this guy was, then you've only waited. I mean, the Armorsmith went down 2 or 3 hours ago. So by my math, that's about 2 or 3 hours of waiting for a response to this guy before you demolished. Is that about right?
We messaged Coconut immediately after GBK lost.
Okay.
So 6 hours ago.
Again, that's about 2 or 3 hours maybe before the Armorsmith went down.
And the comms I got from other people were this person's unresponsive, and then I tried to message them like 15 times, no response. So at that point, they either don't want to work with us, or I mean, if someone you can say like how I'm not going to sit here and wait 30 hours for a response loop. If someone doesn't answer you, they clearly don't want to talk to you. Number one, or number two, they don't want to work with you.
Well, what if
It's
they're
not really?
I believe they might actually be OCE. What if it was the middle of the night for them? What if they were at work? We have a lot of people, especially on these alpha servers, where there's a lot of people from different time zones. Was that ever?
There was no response from their guild, which we talked about in global. There was no. We couldn't even find them on Discord. Couldn't respond in game. I mean, they're more than welcome to build an Armorsmith in AZ. Like, it's really easy to do that. They already have the mats for the weaponsmith. It's one extra resource they have to build there. It's pretty small. So if they're really on track with doing things, this is nothing but a hiccup. I don't know if you're familiar with how these buildings work. The Armorsmith and the weaponsmith almost cloned identity materials. It's like it would be like 200 extra resources or 100 extra resources of one of the, easier resources to get. I think it's like
And maybe on our next
armor.
talk of Terrapin TV, we could have the mayor of Azmoran on Synflow.
Oh yeah.
Wait, mayor of Azmoran.
Yeah, because what was it? Coconut. That's Sundance, right? Yeah. We can get him on
here. That is indeed Sundance.
I just want to stop it. Just let's have a positive moment real quick. Not for TMX obviously, but congratulations to Sundance Coconut for winning the seat in Azmoran, was it, or Sunhaven?
Or Azmoran.
Azmoran, yeah. Congrats on him getting that. I know he was working really hard to campaign for it and stuff like that. So yeah, that's
definitely
that's
was. And
sweet.
Do we have confirmation? Did Saintly Demonic re-win election in Aethanar?
He did. He won.
He won. Okay.
Yeah, he won.
Make sure. So yeah, I mean, definitely a new era in Vira politics right now for sure.
I think.
So
Oh,
I do have a direct question actually. There has been some concern about what to do after the journeyman weaponsmithing goes up. Now, can I get an answer for you? Are you going, once journeyman weaponsmithing is up, are you going to leave that alive and active in Jova for the rest of the playtest?
Yeah, of course. What else? And there's not really much more to do. I mean, I'd like to see journeyman jewel crafting. Realistically, I think we could see some good like progression with that. But that's probably a
So
tropics
that's
angle.
happening. They're doing that in Winstead, I believe. They were going. They dropped the mining pick for what was originally going to be leatherworking, but then they kind of changed track there, and now I believe Winstead is getting jewel crafting instead of leatherworking.
I have not heard that. That's accurate. That's cool. But I have not heard that yet.
That's
That would
how the
require.
rumor mills are. It's how the rumor mills I've heard are going. So I mean, we'll see how that plays out. But you are saying verbatim that once weathersmithing goes up, you guys won't demolish it,
Weaponsmithing?
right?
Yeah, no. Why would we demolish it?
I know, the a lot of people are saying they demolished it because because you guys are a really top tier competitive guild, right? You guys are really good at preparing for things. You get your materials in advance. When carpentry went up, when the patch came out to fix all the bows, and journeyman weaving came up, I think it's fair to say that all of your guild basically had their mats ready to go to make their bows and materials and everything, right?
I think you super overestimate the preparedness. I mean, maybe on average, there's probably more players prepared in our guild than say the group that you're in, but it's nothing that crazy. I
Okay.
talked to Simple about this earlier on. I think there's a lot of like people overestimate like how much the average player plays. I mean, you have to think about like if
Well,
you're
but the
playing.
Polar and Envious are the best of the best, right? That's what we keep hearing from the Polar Envious propaganda machine.
Who's
I
that?
mean, that's a propaganda machine, so they're doing their job. But yeah, no, I think
I think
there
that
is sort of a haziness where it's like I think that there is like everyone has you up on this weird pedestal where they look up but also look down at you because they're like, anyway, but like they see this as a move and they're like, oh, this wasn't a bug. They intended this so that they could quickly do all their armor smithing and then destroy it and then pull the ladder up, sort of like it was one of those plays. Like I could see that is how it's going to turn out, right? Like there's going to be a lot of that going on where it's like they definitely did this intentionally to screw everyone else so they could stay
I
on
mean,
top. And it's like,
in a socio political game such as this, perception is almost everything, right? It influences the politics so much, which is why I think it's a good precedent to wait a little bit to time out. I think Alethria has a really good reputation because she's so communicative. She gives people time to do that kind of stuff, and so just like you guys have the ability,
I
to demo that, whether it was on purpose or not, to do that kind of stuff or to do the node decks that you guys do. I think it's also that public perception that plays into a backlash against that as well.
I think it's a lot more fantasy than reality, to be honest with you. Like the idea that we are trying to we build all our weapons and instantly destroy the building so we can keep an advantage is, to be honest with you, super unnecessary, and it just isn't. It's not
oh,
really something we'd have to do anyway. No,
Sure.
like that's not like me gloating or anything, but like uh, it just wouldn't. We have plenty of people who haven't crafted shit. Like
Okay.
there's plenty
No,
of
I
casual
asked
people
you
in
your
our group.
guys' for your guys' viewpoint, and I'm glad you gave it. I'm glad you're
I
on
mean,
the record talking
you've
about it.
played games in our Discord loop. Do you think everyone in there has all their shit crafted? Like, you think
Ooh,
like
that's a
I mean,
good
we
question.
have casual players. Uh, I
Oh
mean,
yeah, for sure, for sure.
like, no, we're not destroying buildings to get an advantage with gear or anything like that. None of that is we would even consider necessary realistically. Um, it literally was just like, hey, armor smithing is useless. It's 300 to 500 gold for any realistic upgrade versus 10 level 10 gear, where you can spend 1/5 the gold and upgrade massive items.
300 to 500 gold for armor smithing gear. Now, are you assuming
comparing
like
to
the legendary? Are
comparing to
you
yeah,
assuming the legendary molds for that?
I'm just yeah, legendary molds, steel, the coal's super expensive right now.
The
Any of
coal
the like
definitely is.
the hunting like rarity stuff is ridiculously expensive, and you have to compare it to BIS level 10 gear, right? Assuming that like you have close to BIS level 10 gear, upgrading from level 10 to 20 gear would make you'd have to upgrade to probably somewhere around epic to legendary gear, right? And you add like new stat lines and stuff like that. But like I said, I mean, even for like our best bracers would be like the rose something bracers or whatever. That's like a 300 plus gold item for like minimal upgrade. We're talking like 3 to 5 strength or something. It's just not worth it.
I tend to agree with you actually on that point. I do want to point out that you don't need the legendary armor mold with all the quality crafting ratings and stuff like that. You can definitely get away using like a rare, maybe like a heroic, to get those legendary materials. So I think you're overestimating the gold cost on it a little bit, but I think your overall point still stands.
I had
Where
someone
it is a
I had
lot
someone
of gold
trying to
for
craft it
marginal
recently.
upgrades.
I actually know the price list. Recently, someone tried to craft it, and their quote was 270 gold after going through market price for those bracers specifically.
Okay.
But we're talking about all items. Like, in general, like the average like cost to power ratio is just so small in weapons and armor smithing. Weaponsmithing is massive. Like I said before earlier, it's just like the iron greatswords alone. Like, what are you using for your greatsword right now? Laloop?
I have the Ember Blade.
Okay, so do I. So you're
299.
looking at your 299. You're looking at the iron greatsword. You're looking at that being probably around like 310 with decent crafting. But then you're also looking at probably 10 strength on it, 10 con.
Right.
So just a massive upgrade, right? For a pretty low cost, probably around 75 to 80 gold for the iron greatsword. And you're looking at like probably a 20 to 30% fizz power increase on that. Maybe more. I don't actually know.
So I mean, if you're saying 310, if it's got 8, just assuming 10 strength on it, that's going to give you 30 power. So you're looking at a 40 total power, which is going to be about 13 stat power.
Yeah.
13 character sheet power.
On top of the con too, which is a really powerful stat.
The con, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So it's just like on average, and that's not the fizz power side. I mean, there's better greatswords out there.
You know what the best con is? You know what the best con is, TM?
What?
A flying mount.
That's true. That is true. But if you look at the Iron Great Spell Sword, for example, that is a crazy upgrade for probably most casters on the server. That will be massive. And I was even saying this before. If you can't afford it at Legendary at like a 70 gold cost, make it a heroic or whatever, and it's still huge.
Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know what else there is to talk about with that. Let's see what the new chat just wanted to ask you. Wait. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting people on the internet. Is that why they call it polar? No, they call it polar because there's no grass to touch in the Arctic. That's why they call it polar. They feel
I think,
feel at home out there.
reading and skimming through chat, with various levels of that emotional like outcry, TM, right? Is that repeated step of there was no warning to it. Would you, if you could go back and redo it, knowing that like the bug wasn't there or anything, would you go back and wait like an extra day or two, maybe try to get a response if you know it was going to be demoed right away? Or would you still just follow through 100% with your plan and just, nope, armor smithing out, weapon smithing in, no need to wait?
It'd be hard, right? Because, like I said before, honestly, the freaks can go fuck themselves. So it's kind of hilarious. They're mad. Stay mad. But no, if I generally knew that like it wasn't gonna, if it was gonna instantly delete, no, I would have given a warning for sure. I would have delayed it for sure. Because like I said, there's people literally who wanted to craft gear in our guild who were like, okay, well, I just wasted 300 gold like crafting an item and I can't even craft it. So it's like, it definitely was not intentional. Say that for sure. But yeah, no, I mean, I might say something, you know, depending on the mood.
Just with the emergency elections, everything, how things lined up. Whoops! I
You do
pressed a
strike
button.
me as a very
I don't know.
impulsive person, TM, I must say.
You think?
Yeah. I think so. Some of the node decks and stuff that happen, like I don't know. That's just my own personal, And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I mean, gamers are gonna play, and the server is gonna react and do things. I think everything that happens kind of has a inconsequential, just has a reaction to it. And I think it's just up to gamers to react to how the game changes, right? I think at the end of the day, whatever happens in the game happens in the game. I think we should rise above that and just deal with it the best we can as players. If you think something should be changed, obviously like bug reporting the thing, or if you think no decks are too far, take those arguments to the forum, talk to people about it, and that's the place to express those. But I think from a gaming standpoint, I tend to have a much more pedantic and non-emotional view of things. Of like, look, this is how the game works. This is how either you can and let me rephrase. This is how the game works, and now it's up to the player to decide how they want to work within that framework. I think it's totally valid at that point for people to use those game mechanics and use them to the best of their advantage. And I think it's also valid for people to say, hey, I morally don't think this is right for the game to do, and so I'm going to get some emotional validation for playing the game how I want to play it, whether that be through RP, whether that be through how they think the crafting should be eventually, and how they want to test things. We're all just kind of different players, and we're all thrown in here together, all trying to play our own stuff. So it's definitely interesting alpha, that's for sure. Just alpha things.
Yeah,
They-
I guess I missed where that was the point. What you're trying to say there, though? Like you're saying, what was the TLDR? The TLDR there, I missed it.
The TLDR. The TLDR is the game works how the game works, and some people are going to use that to the best of their advantage, and some people are going to play the game the way that they think it should be played. And at the end of the day,
you're speaking on like metagaming versus like gaming for what you think is more fun or more enjoyable.
Not necessarily more enjoyable, but more to like, people have a code of ethics and like honor and stuff, right? And whether that be, let me phrase, like some people, there are some people that like wouldn't abuse mob pathing, for example, because they want to have a more like authentic experience that isn't like, so someone like you is like, no, I'm using the game mechanics to be the best player I can be. I'm going to kite them around this bridge the whole time. Whereas someone who wants to have like an authentic MMO experience might be like, well, I think that's kind of just cheesing the AI. And I'm not saying whichever version is right or wrong there. I'm just highlighting the differences in the perception of how people approach that and how all of these different players are playing together. There's no real point. It's just ultimately saying that players are different and we're all thrown into this sandbox playing it together. And all of this drama and conflict is what comes from different people.
Yeah. I guess I see what you're saying.
There was someone here in the chat that I kind of read like thoroughly. So what I'm hearing is he cares little for anyone outside his circle, and it's like, I get what you're saying, but it's like I feel like this game would be very boring if we all sat around and like just were peaceful and helped each other out. It's like there has to be players inside that are like no, this is our group, we help our group, we do what's best for our group, and then but that's where the whole social thing comes into it, where it's like these actions will have those ramifications later, but not right now, right? So
well, I also think it's disingenuous to what he just said. Like he only cares about the situation because it may be affecting his group, right? It's like not like he's unaffected. Like I think he's a GM of what's it called?
Doonhold.
Doonhold for like, right?
Yep.
It's not like he's going out of his way and randomly helping people or like doing things to like help the server or whatever you want to say. Like of course you're going to be interested. Like you're saying it's like a bad thing. Like you have only interest in helping your group. Yeah, I mean that's why there's guilds, right? Entire point of a guild system is, I think, primarily to help your group, and then you have coalitions where then you're helping other guilds that are out there helping you as well. It's just like the one hand washes the other thing, like Thomas Paine style, right? Like,
yeah.
Well, I think the great thing about the social sandbox is people get to decide that, right? If the way TM, people say all sorts of things about you, right? But ultimately, it's a social sandbox. If there is enough people that do think that about you, then other player actions against you will align. People will align with people they never would have aligned before because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's what I think is great about the social sandbox is these alliances and stuff that happens. If there's enough people on the server that say, hey, you shouldn't abuse mob pathing, they can ally and try and like quote unquote punish you and war deck you and do all this stuff to punish that player behavior. But you have to have enough people in the social setting to be able to try and enforce those ideals.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, that's all. I feel like that's nice, but like, I think in turn, people are just going to always do what it is that it progresses their gameplay style, right? Like, for example, you have someone like Porcini, like he's going to want to play the game in a way that makes his game more enjoyable. He wants to play in a setting that's more RP based, that's more, you know, entertainment based on via like RP or, you know, storytelling or whatever it may be, which is enjoyable to watch, to be honest. And I can appreciate it, but like that's his style of gameplay. He's going to, you know, push the game to be in that style, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like he has every right to do that. I think it's weird when people get upset that we're playing the game how we want to play it. And I understand, like, I think he makes a point of like, well, we're forced to PvP, we can't force you to RP. It's like, okay, I can't, it's not, I don't make the game, it's not my fault. And, you know, complain about it in bugs without like personally attacking us. You're more than welcome to, you know, I feel like if more people, instead of randomly blaming other players, were like, hey, I actually don't like this system. Instead of trying to police the players, they, you know, tried to like give feedback in the game on why they didn't like the system. It'd probably be better off.
Well, that leads to my point earlier, right? Where we have these games, we have these systems, and I'd encourage people to rise up against that personal attack and conflict. And then again, you know, the game works how it works. Then take it to the forums later, improve your, you know, suggest your game designs, try and figure out how the game can be better. But for now, the game works how the game works.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure there'll be PvE servers in the future where people will have way more fun in the game, playing the game the way they want to. Like, I doubt every server is going to be a PvP server. There's a reason why WoW had that, right? It makes sense.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Oh, there's kind of an ad break. So one sec. Let's just chill for a second. I'm sorry. What was it? Let me see if I can turn off ads right now. God damn it.
Just gift everyone subs.
Gift everyone subs. Yeah. Let me see if I can turn it down. 30 seconds. I don't think I can change it midstream. I don't know. Yeah,
I don't think so either.
Whatever. It's fine. No, simpler. Make your ad bunny. Okay, fine. You've convinced me. Anyway, what I was gonna say is like when you said for them to implement, like, go to the bug reports and tell them to implement more systems. I think half the fun of this game, like games like this, come from the fact that there is a sort of freedom in terms of the systems. There's no like let me just give an example of what I liked, right? Is like, you know how what was it? They were trying to level up the desert nodes a while ago, and then there was that whole like caravan you know, free caravans traveling through the desert or whatever.
Yeah.
And there was no like in-game system that enforced that, right? It was just like players deciding like, okay, there's an agreement going on that caravans won't be attacked because we want these nodes to be leveled up. And that is like that.
Well, that's a player-driven system too, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I don't know, what are you gonna do? Yeah. I guess the systems are already supposed to be in there. There's supposed to be a vote on whether something gets destroyed, but it just didn't happen, and then it just happened instantly. So, bugs.
I definitely would agree with that. I think if there's not, I don't know if there was already, but if there was not a vote and a time delay on destroying something like that, there definitely absolutely needs to be.
There is. There's a 24-hour vote and then a 24-hour delay. I mean, the hard stop should be, oh, like anybody complaining about it should be like, oh, it was bugged. Okay, move on. Like, not like this psycho, like, TMX should have done more. Why wasn't he posting every hour on the server for all this time? It's like, I mean, is that not crazy to me? Am I out of my mind where I think that you asking me to like be this like this person who's constantly updating you and shit, like I owe you that is fucking insane. Like,
I mean, you're the self-proclaimed governor of the realm, right?
Yeah, I mean that's obviously a joke. People are psychos that actually think I think that. I mean, I'll lean into the crazy shit because I think it's funny, but like the insanity of blaming me because the game has a bug is crazy.
I think maybe what people would have gone for better is like if you couldn't contact Coconut to see what he was doing, at least like in global chat or something, just be like, hey, you know, I don't know.
I mean, that did happen.
You did do that?
GBK was posting constantly in global chat like, this guy is not responsive, doesn't talk to anyone. Who are these people? I think it's
Right.
like Good Girls Club or something.
Yeah, yeah.
No, their main guild is the Bad Girls Club. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
well
yeah.
there you go.
Yeah. They're probably just
I mean,
offline right now, so I don't know.
I can't wait, Laloop. I can't believe you didn't warn me days beforehand that this person was running. You knew and you didn't give me a warning.
I mean, I don't
Why
make
didn't
a
you message
habit of
me?
feeding Polar envious information. No.
Wait, that's so messed up. I can't believe you didn't let me know that.
Next time I also probably won't. I don't know what to say.
There you go.
I guess there is sort of a weird expectation of like it's like, oh, Polar and Envious should let us know. Well, I guess it's if it's like secret plans that you're trying to like, you obviously you got plans going on in the background, right? You don't want to let everyone know about those, but it's like if you had like a good reason for like, hey, you know, this station is better than this one, like we're gonna break it down. That's got to be something that I don't know, and it's definitely gonna be like uh, people will notice instantly that you've done something, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I do get that though, where it's like, yeah, it's not really your job to like tell everyone everything, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. It just sucks. It sucks. Bugs suck.
Being a
Welcome to
mayor is
Alpha.
definitely a full-time job.
We wrap that up with a bugs suck. Welcome to Alpha.
Yeah, I mean that's it's hard stoppage. Like, oh, by the way, it was bug guys. Okay, not really their fault. Like, okay, there you go.
Yeah, I think it's just rough because it's like at this point, I think it's like a combination of like people weren't expecting you to take Jova, right? There's that, and then suddenly you destroy a bench there, and it's like, whoa, like it looks like a maneuver, not like a. I mean, obviously taking Jova was like a maneuver, but that combo of those two together, in my mind, if I had no idea about anything, I'd just be like, whoa, they were definitely playing a game there, right? There was something going on there, right? But
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
it falls into the fantasy arc. I get it. People have this,
yeah,
they come up with these stories. They destroyed it so no one else could get the gear. They must all have armor, all the Armorsmith gear.
yeah,
They prepped and they got everything. Now they're destroying it so no one else can get it. No,
right?
no, it's. I wish we were that good.
For
I
me,
honestly
like,
wish we were that sick. That'd be awesome.
I heard like honestly like my reaction to it was like I had those imagination thoughts where I'm like I could totally see like the entirety of Polar just hanging outside the armor smithing station, all like as a group because I've seen
Oh,
your
yeah.
caravan runs, right? I see how you guys do everything in a group, right? And I just imagine them all standing around the bench. They instantly make their armor and they're like, okay, we're all done. Everyone good? Okay, bam, we're destroying it. And then you like I could
Wait,
I could
do you
see
want to
that
hear
happening,
kind of a
which I
shitty bug though? If
what.
you have gear inside if you have anything crafting or like gear in there or anything like processing in the Armorsmith, while it went down, it deleted your stuff, which is kind of shitty.
Uh,
Yeah, that's a pretty bad bug.
yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, glad we found that now though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack, can we get a bug suck welcome to Alpha? TMX thinks deliberately what? No, no, no. That was oh my god. Oddwolf. It was well, yeah.
See, these are the logical, reasonable adult responses, which it's it is what it. And listen, I'm not above it. I will get down and dirty in the trash talk and the craziness of chat, but
Just
I was in that alpha meeting last week. Trust.
but like what do you expect me to say to people like that? I'm all in. Let's just fucking let's say crazy shit back to each other, back and forth. Whatever.
not in my Twitch though. Somewhere else. Not in my
Nah,
Twitch. Not in the Twitch. I swear to God, I will test out the timeout feature. I haven't had to do it yet, but I will test it out. But the if you're going to be mayor, you sign up for criticism. You could make a communication somewhere. No one's saying you owe everyone constant updates, but a little goes a long way. I think what didn't help as well is that Polar does have like that reputation of of nobody liking Polar. So it's always like, even if it was an accident, people are always going to go to like assuming the worst because
Yeah,
because
no, there's
sorry, there's like
go on.
let me just real quick. There's like that angle of like people look at Polar and they're like, oh, those guys, they're like pushing, Magic Power 500, always looking for a way to get like the advantage, get like, climb closer and closer to like, touching the sun, whatever. And like I think that's how a lot of people see it. I don't know what were you gonna say. Sorry.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm being pessimistic here, but there's literally nothing I think we could do that would make people like us on in a long gated period of time. People are always going to be upset with us because for whatever reason, it's always going to be that way no matter what, and we've kind of accepted that. So it's like we'd rather just lean into it than try to like do this whole PR thing or fight back or redemption arc or some shit like that.
Yeah,
It's just unrealistic. It's never going to actually be a thing. So
That's definitely like while I don't think you're entirely wrong, personally, I think there's maybe not a way to make people like you more, but I think there's ways to prevent people from liking you less. But that's just my own 2 cents.
I feel like that's a lot of effort for, kind of a low output, to be honest.
I don't know.
We have people we're friendly with. If you hang out with us, we're friendly. I mean, people have hung out in Polar community, and both of you have.
Yeah.
Relatively, I think we're mostly friendly people. Like, we're just gonna play the game hard, and it is what it is, and people are gonna get, for lack of better terms,
I
they're
liked
gonna
what
get
you said
butthurt.
in the ESO
It is what it
video
is.
where it was like, yeah, we're just a guild of sweaty freaks and we like playing the game, 23 hours a day.
That is facts.
Mm-hmm.
I gave that guy a really real conversation, by the way. If you actually listen to that video, I gave him like real advice and like a real like this is how things work. He didn't know what he had there.
It was a little
Did
condescending
you listen
sometimes,
to
but
our
whatever.
Twilight Talks where we went over that video?
No,
yeah.
I didn't listen. I couldn't even listen to the video. It was so scrambled brained and random.
Yeah.
Of his video or us watching it?
Of his video. I tried to listen to it for the first 2 minutes. And I was like, I can't be asked. It's like 30 minutes long. I didn't see the Twilight Talk though. Was it good?
I think it was. I had both Esoteric and people from Polar and Envious reach out to me to say that they liked it. So I think it was, here we try to maintain like an unbiased like view and try and like step above everything. I hope you kind of feel that way too. I know it can be hard sometimes with other things going on, but I think we did good.
He was a really interesting case, right? Because he came to me and was like, "Hey, you guys killed my caravan. Can I have gold back for it?" And it's like, no. but I don't mind telling you like things about the game and maybe how you can prevent this next time.
I can at least put that down to like well, if you don't ask, the answer's always no. So it's like, well, I might as well ask. Maybe they'll say yes, but probably, like 1% chance. You're like, you know what? Fine. Here's 5 gold. He's,
Well, I think for him, he was looking to. I mean, after it became clear that he wasn't getting his gold back, I think for him it was really an issue of, I'm a citizen of Miraleth and you're attacking a Miraleth caravan, and like in Nuela, for example, we have strong anti-attacking citizen caravans and stuff. And so if Polar and Envious want to attack Miraleth citizens' caravans, that's completely in your right to do so, right? Like you are absolutely entitled as a guild to go after what you want and take it. And I think a lot of that video is maybe just clarifying, above the other things that they talk about, that, Polar and Envious are a guild that will attack their own caravans. Well, what are the political consequences of that? Okay, well, people are going to leave your node. You're good.
The video is totally untrue. Like, I think, okay. Oh, I'm not trying.
You didn't watch the video.
Well, I can tell you something, but I'd rather tell you in private, to be honest. I don't want to I don't want to shit on him randomly. I'll tell you later about why I think that is incorrect. I will say we didn't attack people's caravans for a while. And we did that for the reason of like, okay, let's try to be political, blah, blah. And we did actually try pretty hard on the PR thing. We tried to be nice and it just wasn't super useful nor like it didn't really work, to be honest. Like
Hmm.
you could do 100 nice things and you do one thing that maybe was a bit off-putting, and it's not like people like, they don't judge you on the 100 things, they judge you on the one thing they see, right?
I
So it's not like we turn
I
evil.
would
We're
tend
just
to
kind of,
agree with that.
I know that there was
we
the
kind of just turn neutral in the situation.
there was sort of the that like you guys were no decking Jova, and then there was no one there. So then you were like, screw it, we have all these people, let's go no deck Nuela, right? And there was a little bit of like
Yeah, yeah.
I
frustration
was
around
so
that.
sad.
There was probably like one point in there, or like there was a little point in there. I don't know if you. I'm sure. I think you were there, where like we were sort of in those hills, and we had like the two lines, and we were kind of like going back and forth. It wasn't just like a full sweep,
It was
you
super
know?
fun.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
super fun, right? So if you could try and like, I know, you guys like PvP and you like stomping people, right? But it's like, it's it's if you could try and set up more scenarios like that, where it's like more of a fair fight, if you know what I mean. Like, um, and I don't know, like I don't want you guys to like try and pretend to be the good guys or whatever, but it's like maybe throw some RP in there. Maybe you could fly into the middle of town and be like,
When
Polar
is
has
Nuela
declared
gonna
war.
attack us?
Well, that's the thing is,
Well, we're
you
getting
have no
there. We're
citizens,
getting
so
there.
why
We're
would we?
climbing.
Well,
We're
okay,
climbing the
absolutely.
ladder. We're climbing the ladder.
We're getting there.
The actual Godspike event's really fun. If you do a war between 9:30 p.m. Eastern and I think like 11:30 p.m. Eastern, you can actually force a what's it called, a Godspike, which is actually way more fun because if a citizen dies, it forces them to the Godspike, so you don't have like random citizens just dying in your town.
We did
Hmm.
that in
Those
our
are-
war with Jova as well.
it's way more fun. It's way more fun doing it there. I wish you didn't have to do the
Um,
collecting shit. I wish you could just do the actual Godspike. That kind of
well, and you were saying that if you actually complete the quest and you collect all of the materials for the God Spike, it gives each person 200 mayoral tickets. Is that correct?
yeah. So it was no 1,000 mayoral tickets,
A
but
thousand mayoral, yeah.
not only for the winners but for the losers too. So it's 1,000 tickets to everyone. So it's worth it for everybody. But you have to collect all the stupid resources. And if you maximize collect all the resources, it's about I think you could probably do it in 90 minutes. The resources, and then you do the Godspike event. Each resource collection before you complete it is like 60 points. So it's like 120 points when you finish the resources. And every Godspike event you do, where like you finish the Godspike event, that's where you get the 1,000 tickets. Which I'm not sure and that gives another 80 points. So I'm not sure if you just do multiple Godspike events, if you get multiple like tickets, reissued to you. I have no idea actually. That was really interesting. We tested that though. It was very weird.
Which is 2.5 journeyman scrolls, which
About
at
that,
current
yeah.
market prices is about 20 to 25 gold, somewhere
I
in
would
there.
say closer to 16, about 8 G a piece,
Okay.
realistically. But yeah, it's about 16
Okay,
gold per
so about-
person. Who?
Well, 20 then, because it's 2.5. It's 2.5 journey.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, 2.5, so 20. It's decent.
I do also want to point out too, when the one of the mini node wars you've declared on Nuela, the one that lasted like 8 or 9 hours throughout the night, and I remember we finished up in the morning,
Yeah.
and we did kind of finish that up and do the setups, and it's like, okay, we want to practice coming into the town now. Okay, now you do that. Now you guys try and push in. That stuff was really fun to like help people like train up and stuff. It was a shame we only had like 2 mages compared to your 500 geared or whatever, but I think that kind of stuff definitely goes like a long way to like get people, we're a bunch of farmers in Nuela too, we definitely have a long way to go to like practice, and I think goodwilled effort like that does, while may not turn everyone, I think it does help. And so I just wanted to note that was a nice way to end that war as well.
Yeah, I mean, we want good PvP. Like we actually enjoyed that more than anything. I mean, the other night when we were finishing the war, it was kind of like, hey, let's war Nuela. There was not much going on, and then, to be honest, the war wasn't super fun for us either. I mean, until we started actually getting those like engagements in, where you guys had like your like 30 to 40 people, that was where it got pretty fun.
Right. Well, I'm thinking like what I was thinking is like, even if you guys have the advantage in numbers, what you could do is like try and split those numbers. Maybe like, you could send in like squads of like
The wave attack thing.
8 or 16 at a time, max. And then like once that squad goes down, then you send like another wave, and it's sort of like, do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that could be kind of fun, maybe. So, because I know a lot of you guys are super geared, right? So they could probably take down like 2, 3, maybe 4 people by themselves. And it's like, if we can have like
If
that,
you if you throw these ideas out while we're in these wars, we'll do them. I mean, that's how we ended up letting you guys regroup at the town.
Yeah, yeah.
Is I think Tim the Enchanter was talking to Kaiser, and he was like, "Hey, they want to regroup. Is that cool?" And we're like, "Yeah, go ahead." And at one point, you guys want to repair. We're like, "Okay, go repair. Do your thing."
I
We're not, we're not that crazy.
yeah,
We're not
yeah.
just,
You're a little crazy, but I think I'm sniffing what you're stepping in.
we're reasonable for the most part.
You're as sane as it gets for playing the game, like, you know,
For a
30,
bunch of
30 hours
sweaty
a day.
gamers, huh?
Yeah, for a bunch of sweaty gamers, you're as sane as it gets.
I've gotten
For a
7
bunch
laps
of
done while we're doing this.
self-described sweaty gamers.
I don't know. We're pretty sweaty.
Yeah, yeah.
But what were you gonna say, Sifo?
No, I think that's pretty much it. I think I don't know. Yeah, just yeah.
So what are
yeah.
I mean, while we have you here, what are Polar and Envious's plans for the future? What are your guys's first let's start with what do you guys have any specific things you plan on doing to finish out the rest of phase 2?
I think mostly the rest of phase 2 is going to be testing, probably trying to get some good node wars going. We have the 8v8 tournament in like 10 days, which will be big. That'll be a lot of fun. Tropics are coming, which we think is going to be cool. I think the game's going to have a big resurgence with Rogue, which will be fun. I think a lot of players will come back for Rogue. You'll probably see like a huge uptick. Getting ready for that. It's definitely winding down a little bit. Like you'll see people chill out probably around like mid-April. But we're still pretty in the game. I know people are constantly complaining about content and stuff like that, but we still have a ton of content. We're busy.
In my opinion, it's player-made content. Like that's the whole purpose of these types of games is that the players make the content. That's why this game is so good.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that this is like, that's the main thing about Ashes is these like little PvP scrims and all this like fun stuff. It's like you have the two types of players, right? Like the dichotomy between like a player who gets a caravan destroyed and they're raging out of their minds. They want to quit the game and they're freaking out. Versus the other player who gets their caravan destroyed and they're like, it's part of the game. It was part of the risk, Like you have two choices for how you're going to react to like, PvP in the game. And I think the player who reacts with it's part of the game, I took this risk and I'm aware of that, has a much better time than the player who's like, the world is falling apart, freaking out. Like I hate to say this, but I really don't think this game is for you if you have these like visceral reactions, like these really angry, aggressive reactions to certain things that happen in the game. Like you can have them. That's up to you. If you enjoy that, it's up to you too. But
I would tend to agree, and I'm going to take it out of Ashes as well, right? You look at something like Marvel Rivals or Overwatch or League of Legends and how mad people get at those games, and that's in a 20-minute match, not in something that I've spent hundreds of hours like putting time into and stuff. But I think personally that when people like blame their teammates or they get mad at something else or they're I think emotions can cloud a player's own judgment on how they could have got better. Like yes, maybe the Yasuo fed mid lane, right? But that doesn't mean that there weren't things you could have done better. Those things you could have done better may not have won you the game, but there's still room for improvement on your own character. And I do tend to agree that those emotions get in the way of people being the best that they can be.
What would be the equivalent
of? I think that you have to set expectations.
Oh no, I was gonna make a joke. You go. Yep.
I was gonna say I think expectations are important in a game like this because like I was talking about this the other day. Like, what if you're crafting your bow? You're crafting your fucking long sight bow and you're crafting it legendary. You're hyped. You're ready to craft this thing. You're running over to the carpentry thing. You hand your mats to your
TMX swoops in on his mount and snipes you at the carpentry table.
And you lose half those mats, and part of them gets deleted, and I loot them. And you have to be ready for shit like that, because that's going to happen to players. That's going to happen to players, and not maybe not in this version of the game, but like you can definitely.
It already has.
That. Yeah. People have
to been doing it for weeks.
Yeah, people have to be ready for those kind of things and accepting of that shit's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that happens to you and you're like, I'm quitting the game immediately after that. I don't know if you were ever really like ready to play a game like this, but I'm not
Well,
sure.
and see, I hear of something like that, and I'm like, oh, that's how they want to play, like, and then I almost kind of laugh at it a little bit. I'm like, all right, how are we gonna get sneaky? Like, what kind of, how can we strategize and do this together? Like, who do we want to talk to? What can we do to try and like to do this? Do we have stuff that we can do? And so it's that dichotomy of I want to quit the game versus like, oh, okay, what kind of new gameplay does this open up, like politically or otherwise, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, rogue crafting alts, maybe. Going stealth. I don't know.
Right, right.
Um, I think that I heard some tech today that if you hold your mats on a level 1 or something, your level 1s can't be corrupt on or killed because of the whole Asmongold thing. Heard that today.
Oh,
That's pretty
right,
good
right.
tech. Pretty good tech. There's
Ah,
things people
yeah.
can do to mitigate risk.
Right.
Um, but yeah, I mean, people have to accept that, like, shit's gonna happen in the game. I don't know. Don't try not to get like super crazy about it. I think someone said in the chat like, or we could just choose not to be shitty to each other. I think
That's
that's your definition of shitty though, like, right?
I, I
I don't
would
know.
I would preface that with, have you been on the internet long?
I don't know, like, I whenever I'm playing this, like the vibe I get is it gives me similar feels to like when I'm playing Rust, right? And like
Yes,
you're in
yes.
your base and you feel safe, but you're never really safe. Some dude could just come along and like blow your shit up. But it's like, and then you go out and you go to scavenge for stuff, and then you come back. But it's like you feel safer in the base, but you're never really, you're just as safe as you are out there. But it's like when people come into the node, they feel like they're safe, right? And I think that there needs to be some sort of like, I don't know, if a node deck goes up, then the guards will actively attack, just aggro on people who are part of that node war. You know what I mean? So people can
I think
sort
that'd be
of,
cool.
yeah, right. And it's like, okay, that means that you can't just like drop the war deck in the middle of town, kill people, and then just get away without anything, without any consequences. You know what I mean? Um, that would probably help,
Which
but
I think is cool, and that's another situation where it's like, oh, you didn't like that I killed you in town. You could yell at me and curse at me and like say crazy shit to me, or you could maybe hop in Discord and give feedback to the devs and be like, hey, I didn't like the system. We should probably change it. It wasn't very fun.
right,
There's different ways to approach the situation.
yeah,
You know,
Yeah. Or again, right? Like there's a third option. You go in there and hey, this person did this what I find to be morally bankrupt behavior, right? Like, do you other players also agree that this is bankrupt, and should we do something about that?
could
I
we
think
create a
that's totally
coalition?
within. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
could this? I mean,
Yeah.
I guess there's also the frustration built up by because we have to invest so much time to even test out a lot of these systems. Like there was probably a lot of people who were just like, "Oh yeah, I want to test out the Armorsmith, like the journeyman armorsmithing station, right? Let's bring it back to that." And now it's like, well, now they can't do that, and they've been preparing to do that for like the past like I don't know week, two, maybe something like that. And it's like, and now they're like, well, I just wasted all that time. I mean, sure, they still have all the materials and stuff like that, but like there is that like oh no, now which is going to happen in the live servers. This is going to happen where it's like, oh yeah, we got that mayor ship in the bag, it's fine, and then someone swoops in and takes it, right? Um, and I think maybe there's like a bit of a, it's also a scramble from because the whole all of the other mayors seem to be working together, and yeah, it doesn't always work out, but there seems to be some sort of plan going, and then when that plan gets interrupted because you guys managed to win Jova, um, then it's sort of like, okay, well, they're not really in on the, like, Polar's not in on the plan or whatever, like the big, trying to get the server to have all the things, so we don't double up or whatever, and then a lot of people get frustrated from that too. Does that, am I picking?
I mean, Joy is a good example, right? Like, I think Joy split their vote too. Like, they probably could have beaten us if they, you know, didn't split their vote and pick their, one candidate rather than like multiple people running for campaigns there. I think there's always I explained this to Esoteric and that like when he asked me about it, I was like, if you feel like you're losing to us, like you should definitely reach out to other guilds, coordinate with other groups, and just beat us. But I think that effort they don't realize is like I mean, I think most people do realize actually the effort is a lot of effort to go do that, to build a coalition and do all those things. And it's like, I mean, that's what it kind of takes though. If you want to win in the game, you have to like, or whatever you consider winning, or if you want to stop us or whatever you want to do, for chance, like you have to put some effort, some organization together. Like that's the most important thing about these games is, how well can you organize and do you have game knowledge? I think skill or like mechanical skill is like the lowest, like least important thing when it comes to an MMO like this. It's mostly just about coordinating game knowledge and hours put in.
I do think, I mean, with any game, right? Like hours
Mhm.
hours put in is not equal to, but correlates to outcome in the game, right?
And Tholi said here, yeah, that's because Emperor went back on his word and supported someone else instead of who they were supposed to be voting in. Yeah, and I think that's just part of like the social sandbox game where it's like, yeah, people can say they're voting for someone, and then but you don't really know what they're gonna do until they do it, right? And then it plays out like this, and maybe next time they'll be like, oh, okay, maybe we shouldn't have split the votes like that, and we'll just actually commit to what
Are
we
we on an
said we were
episode
gonna
of
do.
Survivor right now?
Yeah, I know,
Literally, right?
right?
I feel like I'm on an episode of Survivor right now, and I absolutely love it. Do you know how many votes you won Jova by? Sorry,
We won with 180.
180.
Okay.
Yeah.
God damn.
Which you say goddamn though, right? But if you have 60 people, okay, we have a coordinated effort of 60 people. Okay. I mean, we know all voting is something Steven said is allowed right now. He called it strategy or something in one of the live streams. He said it's allowed part of the game. Like you have your 60 people level, one or two to guess two or three alts, and you have your main plus your two level 10 alts, and go vote on them. Is that everyone has access to do that? It's not like a difficult thing either. Leveling an alt from 1 to 10 takes like 3 hours. Like I mean,
Yeah, if that.
I don't know.
I don't know.
And you have a month to do it between elections.
3 hours seems like a
I mean,
long
I'm
time.
not. So I leveled my first or second one a little bit ago, and obviously you can refine this over time and get better at it. For someone who came in for the first time and went and grinded a bunch of stuff, I want to say it took me 5 to 5.5, somewhere in there. And obviously, I'm not. My brain's farting a little bit. I'm not like optimized in the way that I went through my route, but I think from a casual player's perspective, I think like probably 5 hours to go from 1 to 10 is reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, even everyone having one extra vote. You say most guilds don't have 60 players, but I think most coalitions could probably put together 60 players. I can tell you right now, New Ayla definitely has 60 players if they got them all on at the same time, right? Like I would imagine.
I think we got a few.
Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
we had everyone in the coalition, use use their 4 votes in the main election in Nuela, right? And then use that 1 extra vote somewhere else. That's still a bunch of votes. That's like a lot of votes, right? So,
I mean, Asmaran was one with
You
45
could have
votes.
taken Asmaran. Yeah, I was gonna say Asmaran
Yeah.
145.
yeah, but except I don't want to.
Envious could have had 4 nodes.
We definitely could have.
That would suck if we're like, oh yeah, what's your home nodes? It's like, oh, Nuela and Asmaran. I just run between both. Oh, oh, you guys got sick mounts then? Nah, not really. It just.
I mean, there's options out
just
there.
sucks.
I think too often people sit there though and be like, they'll complain and whine about the situation, and it's like, I don't know, maybe the alt thing isn't necessarily fun. So I actually can kind of understand people complaining about that because like people don't want to level maybe alts to vote. That just seem a bit cheesy, but that's just how they said the game works currently. If you don't like that, let Steven know, hey, I don't think this is a good system currently. It doesn't feel very fun. It's like pretty sure they listen to people if you give feedback. I think they heard the feedback on static nodes. Static nodes are not very fun. People don't like them. I don't like them either. They're kind of boring.
Yeah, it was sad to hear they kind of walked that back a little bit on the last dev stream, and they're like, "Well, we want to encourage PvP encounters," and I think everyone was like, "These aren't PvP encounters. Like that's not what's happening here."
Yeah, it's someone finding a node and logging in every 4 hours. And how would they even be PvP encounters? They're not in lawless zones. So it's like,
right.
What? There's no PvP there ever. There was never PvP there.
Right.
I hate the static node. I think it's the dumbest thing ever.
I think there's a
How would
super
you
high
feel
majority on that as well.
if there was only static nodes in PvP zones?
It'd be better. If it'd only be better though if they put a warning signal on the ground, like if it like glue like that area was like glowing legendary. Then it's like
Right.
everyone knows it's a legendary spawn. Oh, people are going to be looking at that spawn.
Okay, that's interesting.
I think
And then
other games do that.
Even if you can mine the node, good luck getting it out, right? I mean, I guess if a mayor could swoop in and swipe the node, and that would just make mayors even more OP.
But you'd probably bring your 5-man. I'm like, oh, my 5-man's here. Like, we're gonna get this one guy, and we're gonna get him out with this stuff, and
And it's going to be the mayor on their flying mount. That's how they're going to get out.
potentially, or
Let
a
me.
bard maybe who can go giga fast.
So I think. Hang on. Tholi just said,
Oh,
would,
yeah, we
would
are.
TMX put out a guide for casual players to level alts to 10 to battle the alt voting argument? Gonna bring it up.
I've already did.
Gonna bring it up.
Are you talking about your level to 25 in 24 hours video?
I mean, yeah. So that's funny. I remember watching you guys talk about that video. So I actually didn't start that video until I was like halfway through 25. I started like at Oakenbane. So the 1 through 10 actually at Corlock is actually fairly slow, which is funny because it was like, oh, it's kind of like mob pathing thing, blah blah. That's like not
I
the most
noticed that when
efficient
I
way
was
at all.
trying to level in Corlock.
Yeah. People are doing it like crazy now, right? It's not the most efficient place to level. Like Halls is way faster, or like starting at Sun, like a Halls of the Seven or whatever it's called, or Church of the Seven. There's a quest south of Church of the Seven that gets like 20k. I would level there, do that quest to like probably like 4 or 5, and then go to like Halls from 5 to 10. I mean, you can put together some level 0 gear, enchant it a little bit, and you can level so fast. Like, if you want to level a character 10, get some level 0 gear. It's really cheap to craft. You can put together like probably like 6 gold budget, and you can get like probably 100 power on any level 10 or level 0. And you do that across 8 characters in a group leveling together. So you can get to level 10 in probably like 2 hours. It's really fast. And then you can trade those level 10 gear to like other players in your group, or I'm leveling today on the Ranger. Here's my gear. Oh, I'm done leveling. Here, other fighter guy who's leveling. Here's the gear.
The gear
Like,
really does make a very statistically impactful
it's insane.
stance on how to level. Like if you can put that, imagine you're putting level 8 enchanted level 0 gear on your alt. How fast are you going to level? Like it's good. It's 4 times faster.
Maybe even 5. It is gear scale is so hard in this game. It's insane. Funny enough, when we tried to level on the start of the server, we were leveling in Cephalion or whatever, and we were getting no gear for like, I'm not kidding, for like 20 hours. It was just like bugged and it wasn't dropping gear. And I was into this stance of like, fuck gear, we're just gonna level, never stop killing mobs the most efficient way. Because kind of how it is in WoW. Like you never go out of your way to get gear. But in this game, holy, gear matters so much. Like it's actually reasonable to go out of your way to get less XP, like in a worse like farm spot, if you're getting more gear or better gear. Because then when you get to an actual good farm spot, you're just deleting mobs,
Mm-hmm.
And you can go and there's just so many issues like that occurs without gear. But yeah, if you get level 0 gear, and you enchant it, you get some decent level 0 gear pretty cheap on the market. Just keep your eyes open for it. It's so easy to level alts. I mean, and you want level 10 alts more than just for voting. You want them for crafting too. Like most people want level 10 alts. There's plenty of reasons to get them.
Unless you make that argument for it's better to have level 1 crafters just for, or like, whatever the
or banks or whatever
minimum is. Yeah. It's like level 5 or something? When they
because you have to be
with the
level
PvP
if you want to make like the journeyman bow or whatever, like you have to be level 20 to get the level 20 the journeyman carpenting, right?
Yeah, but you probably I think you put your processors on level 10s. Maybe, I don't know. Like your early processors and stuff. Like it.
Anyway,
I'm not a huge crafter, to be honest. Yeah. There is definitely ways to meta that out.
But yeah.
But,
let's see what else we got going on here. This is crazy. I got kicked for being AFK. Well, not kicked, but I just DC'd. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. I think we might have covered everything. Thanks everyone for showing up. I don't know. Is there anything else to cover here?
I'm sure we could talk about a million different things in flow.
Yeah, probably.
Do you have any questions for us, DM?
What about that caravan run that I joined you guys on? How do you how many caravans do you lose to just like them bugging out per run? Because I swear
almost 0 now.
You had like 40, and I was like, I don't even know how my computers are running right now.
We lose almost 0 caravans now. Caravans have like definitely gotten a million times better. Early on, we almost didn't even run caravans because they were so bad and random. But nowadays, caravans are chef's kiss.
Okay.
I do have a question from someone in my guild. They are asking when Figgy mayor
Why would
of
you
New
want
Era.
to do that to Figgy? Is my
Yeah,
question.
Figgy's too pure to be a
I,
politician, so
I heard
Yeah,
Figgy is power hungry and is waiting for his chance.
I don't know. That sounds like some polar envious propaganda.
we could
Not gonna lie.
hang on, let me see if uh hang on, let me
Should
I
add
think
him to the call.
we need a memorial in Nuela for Figgy, and we need Figgy as the mayor. That has to happen next election, right? Next election is the last election, supposedly.
Next election is spoken for.
Oh, who's getting it?
I don't know if I can divulge that information at this time.
yeah.
Is it Laloop?
That would be cool. Would you vote for Mayor Laloop, TM?
I'd vote for Mayor Laloop. I
Wait,
think
wait, wait, what about
it's
Mayor
totally
Simflow?
possible.
It has such a good ring to it. I like Mayor
Oh, and now you're
Simflow.
making me choose. This is not fair. Mom and Dad, I
Choose
can't
the
pick.
streamer. Choose the streamer. You can choose Simflow over me. It's okay.
No,
I need it for my shots. I get that.
I'm telling you, next
Yeah.
phase. I can't wait for next phase. It's gonna be so much less drama with more nodes. People,
And more people too. I'm actually really excited. I think if everyone, I I think everyone, if they open up one new Fresh Start server, I think everyone's probably going to either at the start or eventually end up on the new Fresh Start server. And I just have a dream of just Polar, Envious, Nova, Dynasty, Barcode, Genesis, Alpha, all the new Ayla guilds, Pirates, Federation, Darkside, all the Lyneth guilds all existing on this one map together. And I look forward to the absolute
Right.
just I look forward to it. It's gonna be so great.
oh yeah, they're gonna love us for
Oh
sure.
yeah. So is Polar confirmed to be like if a fresh start comes out, you guys are all moving over? Is
We
that
are immediately going to Fresh.
okay? Cool. All right. That's okay.
It's an immediate swap to Fresh.
Mhm.
Swap.
Are you so is
Yeah,
this
I mean,
you keen to test out like how fast you can really just like I'm kind of expecting Polar to be like it'd be like day 2 or like it'd be like halfway into day 2 and it's like yeah we got like 25s already we're pretty geared out we're chilling I don't know
I mean, he already says he can do 25 in
well
24 hours, but can you
that's
do
true
25 in 24 hours without alt gear?
yes, it depends on if the server like it really depends on the nodes like level because like things like Oakenbane don't exist in the launch, right? And that's pretty rough. Node level matters, and then server lag is probably the biggest issue. Like I don't know if you guys noticed, the hardest part of leveling in the first few days was
Mhm.
your bards just straight up weren't giving you mana. Like
Yeah, that
there was
was
issues like that.
well, not to mention just not getting EXP from mobs because it was so
Yeah,
laggy,
yeah.
right?
Constantly servers going down. Like the issue with leveling is definitely not the gear per se or like any of that stuff. Like yeah, it's gonna take longer for sure. But like it's really just is the server like working properly? That is the biggest bottleneck that we've
Yeah.
oh
definitely faced.
yeah yeah I could imagine that where it's like the biggest problem is well we can't log in so it's hard to grind mobs when you can't log in because
Well,
the
I
Well,
servers
I
are
say
mean,
again,
remember
packed.
when phase 2 launched and we had that, like 200 people were able to log in or something, and that was
oh the
it for like
queue.
7 hours, and then they had to roll them back?
The queue was awful. I mean, the worst thing of all of it, 100% I'm telling you, was I was suffering a civilian for like 20 hours, zero gear drops. That was my bard wasn't giving
Yeah.
us mana. It was just miserable. You know, our tank
Oh
randomly
yeah.
lagging out and exploding. That was oof, torture.
Servers have definitely come a long way since then.
Yeah, I would love to see where they're at on a launch. On a new launch, I'd love to see where the server stability is at. Have we gotten whatever it's called server meshing yet or no? We have that
Say that
yet?
again?
Do we have
Oh,
server meshing yet or no?
The dynamic gridding, you mean?
Is that what it's called? I'm actually I don't really follow that like a bunch. But
Major
Yeah,
Swift
so
says to say hi to you, TMX. I don't know, Major Swift. He's one of ESO's
hello,
viewers, I think. I think I see him in
hello,
ESO
yeah,
stream
Major
a
Swift.
lot. Yeah, he highlighted it, so I feel like I feel obligated.
gotta say it. You gotta say it. Shameless streamer, Synflow. Shameless streamer.
Yeah. I'll get
Gotta
there
do it,
eventually. I'll get there eventually.
So from what I think you're talking about dynamic gridding. Are you familiar with what dynamic gridding is or the concept of it, TM?
Yeah, for the idea that you have all these different areas and different server workers that are, I think they're changing resources where they're needed, like, or something of that nature. I'm not explain
So
it to me.
they're
Like,
I from what I understand, and I guess I could be wrong, so maybe I just shouldn't say anything. But right now we have very hard lines for where those server boundaries are. You cross over
Mhm.
into a new node in that server boundary. What I understand is that those server boundaries, once they introduce dynamic gridding, will shift based on player population. So in very intense sections of the map where the server gets bogged down, they will change the size of the server worker to be able to cover that higher intense resources and like kind of split that out and be able to distribute the server load more evenly and efficiently and prevent a lot of that lag from happening. A lot of people were speculating that last test they did where the servers were super, super laggy was an initial test of that dynamic gridding, right? When you guys had that node war with Nova Ordum that you like all, half your raid logged out and everything.
Yeah.
That might have been a thing, but if they can get that to work, then that's going to be required for these big like 500v500 battles, for all this big major world PvP where these dynamic battle lines are shifting and resources need to be moved around instead of static.
Yeah, I would love to see them do a day before servers go down where they just do everyone's at war, everyone's red to everyone unless you're in a group, and it's like, hey, from this time to this time it is just mass war on the server, and we're just gonna nuke the servers and see how crazy we can get it.
The final send off.
That would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
That'd be a fun way to end it off,
Can they post? Okay, but only if they post a leaderboard of the top of like all the player base, right? Like, okay, you had, post everyone's KDA and it's just a free for all. I don't know. Probably be guild versus guild, but
that would be very fun. And I guess if they do that, they have to have an RP day as well.
I was thinking the same thing.
Right?
Thinking the same thing.
We need an RP day, and then go on.
Speaking of RP events, did you guys talk about the Dunehold event? I'm curious about that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
heard that we interrupted the Dunehold event. That they were going to fight the elves. I heard that. Okay, so we killed Dunehold the other day in like a little war.
Right.
And I heard we interrupted their event with the elves or something.
Mm-hmm.
They were on their way to do some event, and that's why they were upset or something. I didn't really get the full details about it, but I heard that we. Is that what
you're saying that you don't know that they were in an event when you war decked and killed them all?
No, I had no idea. It was an angle of, hey, look at the Dune holders. They're RP walking. I wonder if we can one shot them all. And
and then impulsive TM war deck 5 gold down the drain. Let's see it.
I mean, I wish it was different than that, but it's pretty spot on, to be honest.
100% be a PvP sweat go nuts. I love the competition, the combat, but just have a tiny bit of respect for because otherwise you'll end up in a dead server and quitting because there's no content and wondering why. Yeah, I think I get that. Like, I kind of get that, where it's like, okay, you like the PvP and you wanna jump in on people and play the PvP, but it's like, it's also like not everyone has all day every day to play the game, so there's like a little bit of like a time respect thing there, where it's like, okay, if people feel like they're going to jump into the game and just instantly get murked by the bad guys, and then without being able to do anything, then that it sort of pushes people away from the game, and that is bad.
As we saw with dopamine, right?
Right.
I mean, as we saw with dopamine, and I think there was a lot of talk. I think there was a lot of pride that goes into being a good force of PvP on the server. But is something like dopamine leaving and player base retreating from playstyle like that something you've ever really been concerned about, TM?
No, no. Well, to be honest, it's not my job to be concerned about that. I run a guild. If anything, I think the way we play the game now is delivering, I think, some of the most important information to Intrepid, because if you want to say you were classifying us as griefing / toxic guilds, you'd probably put, and like S tier being the most toxic, we'd probably be like a C on that list. like people have no idea the guilds that are going to come to these games in the future. Like you might be upset with the stuff we're doing, or you might think like, hey, we're huge assholes, or whatever. I mean, we just like PvP, and we're just gonna PvP when we feel like it. And we, to be honest with you, we don't. I mean, we're not taking into regard your emotions or how you guys feel about it. We're just doing mechanics that are available into the game to us. Like, hey, can we war these people? Yeah, we can. So let's do it. It's kind of how we feel about it. But there are
Mhm.
legitimate guilds out there that will come out there who will grief you purely to make you upset, and that's just how they play games, And you can argue those people are terrible people. You can make all these different arguments about how they. That's like, why would you play games like that? I just won't play games those people are playing. Blah blah blah. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. And if you think the actual system is bad, this is like such a good opportunity for you to tell Intrepid, hey, Polar did this thing to us. I didn't really like it. It wasn't really fun for me because of XYZ reason, and it'll really help the game a lot. And I'll
I
give
mean,
you a
I would
perfect
encourage
example
all
of that.
those dopamine players to do that exact same thing, right? Like, I am not playing the game anymore because of X. And I think just having that written down and visible to the devs is really valuable too.
Yeah, I think the dopamine thing from because we were directly at war with dopamine from like day one. Like we were
Right, right.
permanently warring each other from day one. I think with dopamine, their leadership tried to take an approach of action, which is funny. They tried to do the RP PR approach, and it actually is what killed their guild. They tried to do. They were a bunch of PPers, and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna fight Polar, and we're gonna and Envious, and then we're gonna be friendly with the rest of the server. We're gonna do this whole Desert Alliance thing. We're gonna do all this stuff." And all their PvPers were like, "I'm fucking bored." And you had people like GVK who was in dopamine who said, "Yeah, I'm leaving the guild. I can't kill anyone's caravans. I can't do any of the PvP. This is fucking boring. I want to actually play the game." He left, and with like two or three groups, it made purple. And then dopamine, just so happened the same day they were running a massive caravan with barcode. We ended up seeing that caravan. We dunked on them. Like we killed like probably like 40 of their caravans. Um, and we were just directly fighting them. Barcode peeled off to Miralith and dropped their caravans off without warring us, like totally ditched them. And then Doping ends up losing like 40 caravans. They end up calling out Nova and everyone. We have this like big scramble fight where we're like kind of losing at first, but then we refight at Sunhaven, and then they lose all these wars. And the next thing you know, Doping disbands the next day. And it's like, what was the real issue for them? Was literally them trying to do this peaceful thing with a PvP guild. People like playing these games for PvP, and I think a lot of the crafters and PvE people don't realize that you want to talk about what's killing the game. For a lot of people, what's killing the game is the lack of PvP. Um, Probably more players have quit this game because they felt like there wasn't enough PvP for them than any other reason, I imagine. At least from what I've seen. Like you have guilds like Nisa, guilds like Dopamine, um, you know, a lot of other guilds who I can't think of off the top of my head that just quit because there wasn't enough PvP content for them, which I think will get fulfilled in the future with things like Castle Wars and like sieges and more scheduled events. Um, but yeah, currently, like if we want content in the game, unfortunately, you know, people running around the world, that's our content. That's just how it is currently in the systems that are in play in the game for people who enjoy PvP. So that was
I
kind of drawn out, but
I agree with you in the sense that it's like at the moment the PvP like node wars, they feel like senseless, where it's like there's no reason to do them except for pure PvP. But I think once we start getting those like unlocking the higher nodes and getting the vassal system implemented and stuff like that, then it'll feel less like oh, they're just doing it for no reason at all, and it'll be more like, oh, they're probably doing it because they want to, you know, uh, uh, bring this node down to bring that one up so they can unlock this quest. That's how they describe it, right? It's like, only certain areas will have certain resources, but only if they're at a certain level, right? So I think
yeah,
without that like underlying purpose or reason, a lot of people look at that like the node wars and get frustrated because they're like, why though? Like why? It's like we know this, we know that they're just going to roll over us, and like why? But I think yeah, and like having those uh, and I guess it comes back into like, well, we're gonna have to do some sort of there's gonna have to be some sort of like player behavior thing where we like, okay, let's try and like work with the systems that we have right now to make sure that the game stays as fun as possible. And that doesn't mean like I'm not asking you to like, oh, don't attack certain caravans. Like you could do whatever you like, right? And then the consequences will come through the social sandbox side of it. But then also like um there is that idea of like, well, if someone's, if it looks like someone's doing an RP event and you might be interrupting that, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Just try not to be so like gung ho about like because it's like obvious. I get the like, oh, we wanted to see if we could one shot them, and it's like, okay, sure, but yeah, you could, and it's
I'm
like,
never gonna be one to tell TM what to do. I don't think TM is gonna do what TM is gonna do. And I just like to ask questions to clarify stuff on his frame of mind. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I don't think I'd ever try to be egocentric enough to think I could ever like change TM's mind.
no,
That's probably true.
yeah. Like it's like I'm not. What I'm not doing is I'm trying to not ask a PvP guild not to PvP. I
True.
just like I don't know, just try and consider like if you just like I don't know, yeah, it goes against what you
But
were
there's
just
a
saying,
difference,
where it's
right?
like there's not enough PvP. But I think it's the difference is like the frustrating, chaotic, like unknown PvP over like a resource node or whatever. That's fun when it's in
Mhm.
small groups. But then if you're in town and you just get washed over by like a horde of people, and it's like, well, I didn't. What the fuck
And
am I supposed to do about that? you know?
and I think it's different. I'm not going to try to convince anyone how to play the game, right? But I will point out things. I think that node warring, for example, Nuela has 12 different guilds. I think when we're at a world boss and you node war Nuela in order to secure the world boss, in my view, that is a competitive PvP advantage, right? But that's something very different of, okay, the world boss is over, now we're going to node deck you because we feel like it. And I'm not saying either one is right or either one is wrong. I'm just saying that those two situations are entirely different.
I'll give you that. That's a great example of a bad system. I mean, if you go to a world boss and if you're within 100 yards, you should be flagged. Like, we shouldn't have to node war you to like. It's our choice is basically there. Hey, spend 40 gold warring 10 different guilds or node war Nuela, which is like. Cause I think I know about the world boss you're talking about, where I had to know war Nuela, or we would have never killed you guys fast enough to then reset the boss.
Oh, right. Well, and like I said,
Yeah.
during the actual world boss to fight for it, I think that's competitive
Yeah.
PvP, right? And then there was a different one where the world boss was dead, and then you guys node decked us like 5 minutes after. I literally remember that because I think it was our very first world boss that we got. And everyone's cheering. We got the loot. Everyone's
Oh
going
yes,
down.
yes.
And then like everyone's cheering, and I literally go in the Discord. I'm like, everyone, shut up. Whoever got the materials, rat flow, like get over here, get to town right now. I'm just like shutting everyone up. I know what's coming. Like get to town, bank that, bank those fire scales. Like don't have those in your inventory. And then sure enough, like 5 minutes later, like
Oh
Mirvet has
yeah.
declared war on Nuela.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you have your situations like where I think you guys killed one of our caravans, so we node ward you, like
Yeah.
because the mayor was involved, or it's like you guys killed that world boss, and then of course in chat you guys wanted to shit talk a bunch. So my group in my voice channel was like, hey, we wasted our time to get here. These people are talking a bunch of shit. Let's node war them. Okay, send it. Like there are scenarios like that where where people will I have a bunch of bloodthirsty people in my guild and they want a PvP. And if they say to me, I can tell them no so many times, and it gets to a point though, if I tell them no enough, they're just gonna log off the game and go play like Marvel Rivals.
Have you told your guild no, TM, before?
Hundreds of times. I tell them no more than I tell them yes. How many times a day I have to tell them, hey, we can't war this random node. We can't. I have people
Well, you
messaging
do
me
have
right now.
Fetus in your guild, so I do believe you a little bit.
I have people DMing me right now. Let's no war Nuela right now. I mean, you know how many times I get asked a day to no war? Like I'm not kidding, probably 25. Like
I will say
these are serious inquiries.
If you guys want a serious node war with Nuela, it is completely within your right to node deck Nuela. The game systems work that way to node deck us whenever you want. If you guys are interested in a big PvP battle, where we are putting our best foot forward, the best way to do that is to plan something, right? And to move something forward, or at the very least be like, give us warning, right? Just with, like the Armorsmith thing, like, hey, just FYI, we don't need to diplomacy this at all. We're war decking you at 6 p.m. on Saturday. We're doing this.
Yeah.
You guys can be ready or not. We hope you put your best foot forward. And you'd get a lot bigger of a PvP response like that.
You know what my biggest request is to node war Windset. That's the one node we have at Node Ward. And I don't really like node war. I don't want to node war them, like specifically because of crafters and people. They're usually like, I don't, we just don't fuck with them really.
Why
Because
is
they don't
that?
really mess with us either. Because they just net people from from Windset just don't really mess with us ever. Like you never see someone from Axiom shit talking us, or you never see anyone from Genesis like randomly coming at us. So we're not crazy aggressive.
Well, I mean, Genesis and Alpha have been fighting you guys for world bosses for weeks, but you haven't node ward them.
Okay, so funny enough, there has been the first drama ever started with Genesis this week, where they got a boss, and I think Rise was, like talking a bunch of shit in chat or whatever, and that was a discussion immediately. Let's node war them. Let's camp them. Blah blah blah. And this is every day. I'm fighting off the angry horde from you guys. You have no idea. If it was up to my guild, it'd be permanent node wars.
Our hero TM.
I had a funny vision of like what was it, doing like a clip of TMX, like in Game of Thrones how there's Hodor and he's like the holding the door scene. It's like him like holding the door, and there's just like the hundreds of like ravenous fucking Nightwalkers behind him or whatever. Yeah. It's a funny image.
I'm protecting Vera. You guys have no idea.
You have no idea.
We need the Winstead Crier back to get the inside scoop. Where is the Winstead Crier?
No.
I know, right? That was amazing.
Yeah, that was cool, but it's kind of, I don't know what's going on with it. But now there's Terrapin TV. It's the evolution.
Got Terrapin TV on Twilight Talks to bring the news to the people.
But yeah, I mean, there is a balance to saying no to your guild, though. Like I tried to talk with the esoteric thing. I have to pick and choose when I take content away from my players, because, like I said, they will just go play a different game. If I stop them from playing the game the way they want to play, which I can do, they'll listen to me, but they'll just stop playing the game. They'll just quit. Like and that's like a big factor.
Yeah,
you'd rather make
I get
other
that.
guilds quit than your guild, which makes sense.
Yeah,
too.
pretty much.
Yeah, I guess so. But I get that where it's like,
would you not do the same, Laloop? Like, as if like, would you act in any different way if you knew players would quit your game or guild or stop playing the game if you weren't giving them content? I mean, what would you do?
Yeah,
I guess you wouldn't necessarily be in a guild like that, maybe, but
yeah.
I mean, it depends. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't, right? I mean, I think for me, there's a lot of things that come in with joining a guild, right? There's the people I'm toxically loyal. Like I just like to a fault, like almost too, like with everything in my life. But I'm not saying I want. I mean, I hope you know that I'm always the first there to be in a fight. I'm always down to scrap.
Yeah.
I also love PvP. As far as dealing with something like that, I mean, that's tough. I think you have to balance it with it's just the phase, right? The phase has been out for 3 months now. And so you're naturally going to get some fall off from that. I mean, you look at the guilds on the server, every single guild on the server is trying to recruit right now because the player base is falling off. I think we'll get a little bit of a spike on Rogue, but I think we're going to be lacking tanks and healers to get them leveled up so much that it might not be much, but I'm hoping for, I know a lot of people are waiting for phase 3 to come back, which might be a bit better. But I mean, to be quite honest, with your original question, I can't answer that. I've not been in that specific situation. I think in hypotheticals like that, context is absolutely everything.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Is like I'm constantly in a balancing act as a GM to be like, I have to provide, content for my guild. Like people in my guild are sweaty. They farm their gear, they want to use it, right? They want a PvP, and I can only tell them no so many times. I can only tell them they can't attack these certain caravans. I can only say that much. Like, there's only so many rules I can apply to them before they say, yeah, I'm actually not having that much fun in this game, and I'm just gonna go play a different game. So I try to be pretty like lax on rules. Especially if other people are talking shit or scuffling, or there's like a little bit of drama there, and there's some context to their fights. Like, well, they killed our caravan, or they attacked it, or they were talking shit in chat, or they stole my node. I usually kind of let that PvP always fly, because I think there's some context there. It makes sense, like whatever. Try not to keep it super random, but sometimes you just gotta it's 11 o'clock at night, and you just gotta send a war deck on Nuela. It is what it is.
Do you have a comment about how half of your nodes and like half of the node wars you have declared being against Nuela?
I mean, at this point, it's just a meme, you know. It's we're probably done on our arc of New Elo Wars, to be honest.
I
And
do
it's funny.
believe that either 7 or 8 out of your 11 Node War wins are against Nuela. Do you think that's too high?
I can look. I can tell you right now in game. Let me look. We have Miralith is 11-4. Nuela, we are. It shows the war
No,
history.
it can only be 6 because we've only lost 6 times. We've definitely
Yeah.
never
So
beat you.
it's. Have you fought anyone? Have you lost to anyone else?
I don't think we've been in Node Wars with anyone else but you, and then our
So yeah.
scheduled ones that
So
we
it's
did 2 of.
six wins against Nuela, and then 5 wins against. I think we have 1 against Jova, and the rest are against Halcyon. But yeah, I mean, I think we're pretty down for like this is the time too. It's funny you're talking about like the whole like we please like let's set it up, blah blah. Like I think that's gonna happen naturally. We want good scheduled PvP.
Sure.
Like a lot of people are finishing up their gear or close to it, and they just want a PvP and they want to do it in what feels like the most competitive setting. Like the biggest thing we want as our guild is we want a system where we do a node war, it is a set timer, and I can pick the roster from our citizens versus the other mayor doing the same thing. We don't want this like sporadic. I don't want to sporadically randomly kill people in Fungi Fellowship. I would rather fight against like the Fungi Fellowship who are like who want the PvP, who have gear, who are in comms, who are like strategically playing, or the Twilight Ember players who are who want to be there. It's way more fun for everyone. Like it's not fun. It's not. There's a point where it's not that fun for us just to randomly kill people with no fighting back or whatever. But yeah, I think the days of random Nuela Wars are probably at its end. The meme has kind of played itself out.
We'll see, TM. We'll see. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah,
Well, it just depends. That can totally change. Like you guys kill a caravan or something, and everything flips upside down again.
I was
Yeah,
about to say
you
like
never
I
know.
would not be making any. I would be like no. I think this war decking no decking Nuela. This arc's about to end, so don't even worry about it. I would.
I see a future where someone clips this clip and plays it about 16 more times throughout before the end of the phase.
Definitely.
Okay, well,
T-Mex said right here he wouldn't be no decking us anymore, and now he's no decked us 16 more times since then.
Here's the montage of the 8 next war decks in a row with the soundbite playing.
I will say this: every time I I put a node war on Nuela now, it's like exhausting. I have to sit there for 3 hours playing them. Holy
you didn't
shit!
like that? No, the one was 8.5 hours through night, and then you guys went off and did some other stuff. We had some hit squads in Nuela, and we actually took the lead, I think, for very briefly. And then you're like, "What are these farmers doing? We have to go teach these farmers a lesson again."
We were out doing something when that was happening, and I forgot what we were doing. We were farming somewhere, doing something. And we're like, okay, we have to go kill New Aliens again now. Like we can't let them actually win this war, It's an actually like now like doing a war like that, especially like I'll tell you what, the wars in Joevo. Okay, you want to talk about like hidden initiative or hidden like agenda? The wars on Joevo were clearly to make citizens quit, right? Like that I'll be super upfront with that. You want to talk about something that's like strategic? We ward Joevo specifically to have citizens quit that node so they would have less votes.
So that you could come in and
that is like a strategic agenda. No war them a bunch before the election. Window like have them have less votes. Maybe some infighting. Maybe they split their vote a little bit more. Just create a little bit of drama. Don't say a bunch about it. There you go. That's definitely a plan. That's definitely a polar.
That sounds like some Arc-Age political social sandbox gameplay to me, to be quite honest. From an objective standpoint, that sounds like the type of stuff that this game is about almost. And I do think Jova was probably the weakest node on the server right now as well. I mean, with example, I mean, maybe not the desert nodes. I don't think it was as weak as Asmoran, for example, that won with 45, but I think it's a good point. I mean, you have those systems, you can node deck in those systems, and we can go to the forums and talk about should there be a wind up, are we happy with the way that node war systems are working or whatever. But using those systems to enact political change, I think, is a huge part of the overall game.
Yeah, and that's like an open like, hey, that's a strategic play we made before going for that node. Okay,
Duinsky says genocide for votes.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, right? A little bit of torturing the citizens to get them out of Jova, and then we can kind of cleanly take it. But destroying like the Armorsmith thing is just no. That is not a polar strat or an envious strat. That's just we just think weaponsmiths are way more important, and we want our weapons. We're sick of waiting,
Yeah.
so we'll just do it ourselves.
And that like that also comes down to like I guess it took a long time to actually get the materials to build that thing, right? To build the Armorsmith station. So people are probably mad about that too. Where it's like, they probably spent like 2 or 3 weeks just like collecting materials just to build that station, just for it to get fucking blown up. Which
If it makes
is
people feel better, we'll have
yeah.
the materials in like a day and a half.
And
So for the
and
weaponsmith.
I just want to so this Dynast Nocturne here is like we don't even tickle your caravans, and it's like it's not just that. It's like so every time you node deck us, and it's like, well, why don't you just node deck us back? And it's like, well, because you guys are geared to fuck, and we know we'll lose. So like, I don't know. Why would we do that? Unless we try and do some shady stuff where we're like, we find like a smaller group of polar, but there's never a smaller group of polar. I don't know. Every time I see a polar person, they're always like with 5 other people, and it's like
They're always 60 strong, dude.
they're always 60 strong. You see like one polar, and you're like, the rest probably just haven't loaded in yet. but there
funny
is
you
that,
say
right?
that.
Like, what do you think about
we
that?
can fill a raid, so
Yeah, in terms of like,
no, I think we are definitely. Yeah, I think we are definitely more powerful on average. I think it's an average thing. I think that like, if Laloop joined Polar, she'd be in the like. How much physical power do you have?
428.
Okay, so 428. Now you would probably be in like the bottom 30% ish of Polar on the Fizz power characters, probably. I think maybe 50%. I don't know. It'd be hard for me to determine. Our top end is definitely high, but I think what makes us feel like we're so geared is our like the average player is just significantly more geared than like the average player's bottom end, or even the other guild's average players. Like the top end of Twilight Embers is probably pretty matched with like probably some of them are matched with some of Polar's top end. I'm sure there's people in Twilight Embers with close to 500 Fizz power and buffed. Is that true, or am I wrong on that?
In
There has to
Twilight
be.
Embers?
Yeah, is there 1 or 2 players who are close to that, or no?
not sure.
Not really. It's I don't know. Like probably not.
Okay. Well, there's the guy Murthius in the chat who said he had 450 spell power. That would be like pretty like that would be like the top. That would be in the 70% like range of Polar. Like we have players with 500 spell power, but there's like not that many. I would just say most of our players are probably where the top end is of a lot of other guilds, and that's probably what makes people feel like holy fuck, they're so much more geared. It's we have such a concentrated amount of players who play so much, if that makes sense.
I won't argue with that. And regardless whether true or not, right? I do want to acknowledge at least the perception that a lot of people. I don't even want to bring. Like a lot of people do feel that those power levels were ill-gotten in some way, right? I know there was a lot of people that got wiped for either XP, and I think a lot of that is mixed with you guys are really fucking good gamers. You play a lot. You're not afraid to live in the gray areas of what's like quote unquote morally acceptable. And it's also, with what is okay. Steven has said this is okay. Some people may not morally feel that's okay, so they don't do those super high strategies, as well as some of those did go against. I mean, you guys did have characters that did get XP wiped for some of those things.
I want to make a video on this. I'll tell you straight up. We had probably, I mean, I could go. I almost don't even want to go into this because it's like it's going to be a long conversation.
Well, and I think that there's so much gray area, right? Like there's however much truth, it's all mixed in because you have this gray scale, this relative scale of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, right? And so that makes it just inherently complicated.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that Polar's done that I think is questionable would be the war deck thing early on in the server, which we were really stupid and didn't really take advantage of at all. But every single person who got a war deck reward, even if they got 1 reward, had their character completely wiped. So, if you want to talk about fairness, I think we got probably the worst shake of the stick that you possibly could get in any game, for something that I think that is really, really gray area. But like, I'm not here to bitch or complain about that. I'm just saying, like, I could go into detail about that entire situation and tell you it was not looking good, like, at all for us. And we kind of kept that under wraps and everything. But I'm sure
Yeah.
no one else had to deal with what we
I
dealt
think-
with. There's plenty of people who got war rewards who didn't get reset or anything like that. Not to the extent that some of our players got, but I'm legitimately saying there's people who joined Polar who got like 2 war rewards at the end of that whole cycle, and like they got reset. You know, it was pretty crazy. We got kind of fucked
I think
there.
I think
but-
the main thing that messes you up is that what we needed from like Steven and Intrepid was like you know how the cops do like their big drug busts and they have that photo at the very end where they stand in front of the table and they have their arms crossed and they look all smug. We needed that from like Intrepid to like show us exactly what they did and what they did, who got banned, how much gold and stuff was there exactly, just so that we can trust like we know that they tracked everything down, sorted it out, and it's no longer
I think that
affecting
transparency
the game, right?
Yeah.
That transparency is super important, especially in a socio-political sandbox game like this where reputation is everything. People will say global chat PvP. People are trying to influence each other. And so there are some people that will bend the truth. There are some people that will outright lie in order to get something, like to try and make political swings in their favor. And so through all of that mistrust and political aligning and playing through all that stuff, you get with the stuff like exploiting, and regardless of what the truth actually is, no one's ever going to believe it to a certain extent. And so I think visibility and transparency on Intrepid's side, especially concerning things and account actions, would definitely be extremely warranted.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what, I cannot wait for phase 3 because the whole like quote unquote exploit, they're only good because they exploit, they're only this because of that. I mean, I just hope they that energy.
I
is
honestly
the
think
same
so too.
in phase 3.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
that
kind of
people are
keen for
going
that
to be
too.
dramatically surprised.
There'll be a lot less like it'll be a lot less murkiness and people being being like, oh well, they got all those advantages early on and they can't do it now, but it still helped them like you just get that head start and then they were able to snowball from there because they're sweaty freaks.
Yeah,
in
I
a nice
cannot
way.
wait for P3 as that goes away because that's like a super like annoying cope that you hear constantly. But it's like, I don't know. I could say whatever. I could give them evidence. I could say a million different things of why this is that way, but no one's ever gonna. People don't like to change their minds, which is okay.
Well, it's just because we don't.
Change is scary,
I think
TM.
there's just a lot of like unknowns there, right? It's like it's just like even if you, and it's like if someone is how do I put this? I don't know. There's a lot of people who are like just take the word of they don't have the direct evidence, but it's like there is a lot of evidence. Fuck, I don't know what I'm saying. Just fuck, don't listen to me.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. It'll be fun. I think P3 will be good for everyone. People can feel like, I think people feeling like I can actually understand. I can understand players feeling like this guild got to do this thing, and I'm really mad about it. And like I feel like it's a big advantage, and I don't want to play this game anymore because I feel like they had this massive advantage.
Yeah,
I understand that.
Nocturne
I mean, I can tell you.
There's a bunch of
I was gonna
videos
say, I
and
can
stuff as
understand
evidence, but that's why I kind of backed off on that because I know that there is technically evidence, and I'm like, yeah, okay, but yeah, it's more about like
what?
I'm like, yeah. I don't think we're here trying to. That's not the point of this podcast.
Yeah,
to say,
yeah.
Like, this is what happened, and this is whatever. Whatever happened. We're not here to point fingers or say anything like that. But what I'm commenting on is the impacts of the public's perception on that. Right.
I want to focus on
Yeah.
what can happen, what we can do better, what Intrepid can do better next time to make people less.
I don't think you can do
suspicious,
anything better.
you know?
I mean, look at the caravan exploit, the immunity caravan exploit.
Oh yeah. How many people have done
I mean,
that?
what are your opinions on that? You want to talk about the biggest exploit in the game, which injected the most gold to the most amount of players, like without any risk at all? That caravan immunity thing, where people were literally printing 70 gold going from Nuela to the tropics, or not Nuela, but or going from AZ to the tropics. That was insane. Like, I mean, that you want to talk about exploit, I find it weird that kind of went under wraps. Do you kind of agree with that or no?
I mean, I've seen it
Like,
around.
I feel like that did
I
not
guess
get
like if I haven't really been doing too many caravans, so I haven't really had a chance to.
Are you familiar with the exploit or no?
No, no, I am. So it basically like you pull the caravan out before a reset, and then when you come back from the reset, it bugs out. Something happens. Yeah, something like
Yeah, I
that.
mean, it was abused by literally hundreds of people per day.
Yeah.
Like, and
I
we're talking
remember I
each
said that
person.
in global chat that everyone was doing it, and I got whispers from Polar, I got whispers from Envious, I got whispers from Barcode, I got whispers from Purple. But Purple doesn't exploit. Purple doesn't do this bug. Like I had Barcode. Barcode doesn't abuse this bug at all, and I'm like, bullshit. I've literally seen everybody from every single guild run caravans through this exploit, which I think it was right, but at the same time that is also something you could do completely accidentally. Hey, I meant to run this caravan, the server reset. Okay, I'm going to
Yeah,
run this caravan, and you're just completely unknowingly like doing it. It's just a shame that it went on for so long.
that you want to know
Is
what
it
game breaking?
is
That
it
was
still
the most
around?
game breaking. No,
No,
it
no,
got
no, no.
fixed.
They fixed it
Okay, good.
like
But that was
last week
around
or
for
two.
it was around since the launch of the server, and people use that religiously. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, there was massive
everybody
exploits,
did.
and that's kind of what I mean. You know, like I said, I don't really care that like the whole thing that happened with Polar, for example. Like the reason I think that we had so much like attention was because we were flying around. I was flying around literally on Christmas Day, just murdering everyone in every city, right? Which, which if you look back at it, I'm sure Steven sitting at his computer on Christmas being like, why am I being pinged 100 times by crafters, you know, who are getting killed in the city, losing all their stuff? You know, that's probably like
On Christmas Day as
probably
well.
like
Surely,
it
surely
was,
TMX has
yeah.
some mercy on Christmas Day. No, no, apparently
I think it
not.
was actually it was Chris. It might have been Christmas Eve night, Christmas Eve, like Christmas Day, 3 a.m. or something, whatever it was. I can understand why that got a lot of attention. But if you want to talk about the things that affected the server, no, it's probably one of the smallest things by far. I mean, you talk about the caravan exploit, that thing was fucking crazy. You
I
talk
mean,
about the people going through the center of the map to the water and their caravans. They would go from like Jueva, for example, to AZ, and they would just go through the barrier in the center of the map. Which I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but that was a pretty bad bug. You talk about like, you know, the horn hexer bug where there was recipes in the game that were multiplicative rather than additive. So you can make, you know, you could basically craft a horn hexer with like blue materials for less than a gold and then make it legendary. And people were flipping those and selling, you know, hundreds of those, making insane gold early on the server. I mean, there were so many different crazy exploits throughout this entire phase, which injected so much gold and so much shit that people have no clue about. That really affected the server.
I mean, there's
I
a
mean, it still ended up being
I
pretty
think
fun.
it really does play. I mean, obviously, you know, Envious and Polar are really good gamers, but like I think that the economic power that you've had. I mean, I think with all of that stuff, that economic power and the gold making and all and everything gives you more power through the markets, through that gear, through the gearing up, getting those materials, being able to run those caravans basically for free. You know, when you guys get your 60 horde of people together to run caravans, I mean, with the exception of maybe like Nova, who's attacked you a few times, there's really no one else in the server that can stand up to that kind of power. So when we have those kind of gold exploits and you get that power spike in the beginning, the market gets inflated, certain people can control a 40-50% of the entire server's market cap. That's a huge PvP advantage, which also snowballs through being able to protect your caravans on those big runs, being able to, you get more buying power in the market. And so any sort of gold inflation, any sort of like advantage of that point tends to snowball forward out of that point. And I think I do wonder how different the landscape, especially the economic landscape, is going to look on a fresh start server. You
Uh,
had the treasure chest glint stuff that kind of happened too,
oh,
which
in the tower.
I
I was
think they
about to talk
removed
about that.
some. Yeah, there was a few of those treasure at the. I think it was linked to an event or something like that, like the Titans Fall,
no,
like super
I
early.
think it was in the tower somewhere. I actually don't
There's
know a lot about that one.
so there's a
It
tower
was
in
a
New
chest that you could loot.
and it's got
Yeah.
like 5 or 6 of those chests in there, and they have a
Mhm.
really short respawn timer. They give about 1 dim glint every time you pick it up, and like 2k XP. Okay, um,
Yeah.
and like in there, sometimes I go in there just to like check it out, see what's going on in there. There are bots in there, bots where they just sit on I don't know if they're like full bots, but they definitely have like a macro going on where they sit on top of the chest and it just picks up the chest, and it's like it's only 1 dim glint, but it's like you know, they got like 5 people there just like picking them up
Clicker on that,
constantly, and it's
and you're
like,
just going crazy with it.
yeah, right. So it's like that's where they, you know, they yeah, and then they just sell that, and it's like, okay, I don't know how much gold has been just pumped into the market from just that alone, but having those people just sitting there like 24/7 is like, I don't know, and it's like
You-
it's crazy.
I was gonna say, you
And
want to
so
talk about something crazy?
how much does that keep something like legendary Braidwood out of the hands of Jovan citizens, out of Nuela citizens, right?
Massively, I think.
Yeah.
I'll say something crazy is, have you noticed this? The gold seller market that developed in this game has been fucking crazy over this phase. Like,
Like,
and you
are you
can
talking
see it.
RMT?
Yeah, oh yeah, you can see the Chinese guilds out here. I mean, I'm not trying to point anyone out directly,
Oh,
but
yeah.
the Chinese gold sellers that have come here from like G2G and stuff has blown up crazily. I mean, if you hop on, like, you can hop on G2G and you can see how much gold costs like on the server, and it went from like, I think like $20-ish of gold earlier on the server down below like $1 now. I mean, those guys are printing gold now. It's actually really reminds me a lot of WoW. And I think phase 3 is going to be fucking crazy. Like, this game is obviously a massive cash cow for anyone who's trying to RMT because of nothing is
So
BOE.
what do
Nothing
you?
is,
That's actually a very serious thing that's going to affect MMOs. I mean, I remember just the economy and World of Warcraft and everything else like that. I'm actually interested in your take on how and what is the best way that Intrepid can effectively fight RMTers, because I think we can both agree that RMT is insanely bad for the game.
well, you have two options. And one of the options you're not going to like. One option is Intrepid sells gold. They do the same thing they did with WoW. They sell a WoW token and just has to face the fact that your gold is going to be intertwined with the USD. Like, that's just, that just is what it is. You have to take the gold out of the hand of the gold sellers, and you need to make it part of the game, because if half the population is on G2G buying gold and the other half is playing by the rules, you're just kind of fucking over the other half. So, if you can't stop it, you then need to take over the market. The second thing you can do is you have to deeply enforce it. And how you deeply enforce that is going to be with a lot of active GMs. That means GMs literally scanning the map, finding bots. That means GMs going through account like interactions and really looking like deep diving through like logs and trade interactions and all sorts of those things, because those are the only real options. You either take over the market or you have insanely strict enforcements and like real GMs. Because the reason why Blizzard failed so hard on gold selling and why RMT is so prevalent in like Blizzard games is because they got rid of the entire GM force. You can't make a ticket and talk to a GM. It takes like 7 days to get a reply. If you
Well, and it
played
wasn't
WoW,
economically profitable for them, right? Like, if
yeah,
they do their ban waves, they get their stuff, and then they rebuy the game. And I feel like Blizzard turned the ban waves of bots into a business to maximize their profit share. But that's just my personal
100%.
opinion.
They are free subs. Like they sub in mass. Like they make a they're tens of thousands of subs. Those people are. But yeah, those are the two real things they can do. I mean, it literally takes money out of Intrepid's pockets to fight gold selling. They'll have to pay GMs to do it, and it's going to cause drama too, because let's say a GM looks at for a GM to actually get good at banning gold, like selling and buying, they need to look at interactions. Like, I can put gold into a G bank, right? And I can add a player to the guild, and that player can take gold out of the G bank, and I can just say, oh, that's just a player taking gold to the G bank. But if a GM looks closely at the situation, they see this player really wasn't in the guild. They see this guy randomly join. He pulled 50 gold out of the G bank. That seems pretty unusual. He quit the guild a day later, and then joined another guild. You have to determine, like, did that guy buy gold? I don't actually know. Like, was he part of the guild? Maybe he was giving him gold to make gear.
And then it's like, maybe they did that, but they can just put in, maybe they completely 100% RMT'd, but then they could still make an argument where they cause enough reasonable doubt that they just, can appeal their case.
Yeah, and another way it's really hard for them to do is, I can put items on the market. I can put up a purple copper for 40 gold, and this guy buys it, and now I have 40 gold in the mail. Some guy just bought my item. Did I buy gold? You can't prove that. I just had a guy buy my item off the market. Like, how can you ever prove that's me buying gold? You have a lot of these issues. So the real red pill on this, which everyone's gonna fucking hate, and they're gonna be like, "You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about." Intrepid should just sell gold. I hate to fucking say it. You're never going to beat RMTing. You're never going to beat gold selling. Intrepid should just have their own token. Hate to say it.
I don't know.
Hate to say it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna disagree with that. Yeah, and
I
mostly
don't
just
think so.
I think it's a moot point because Intrepid has explicitly stated that they are never going to do that. Like, you will never be able to buy power in this game. I mean, it's an opinion that you have. I'm glad you shared it. But realistically, like, that's never going to happen in the game ever.
Yeah, but I mean, I will tell you what will happen though is 20 to 30% or maybe even more will buy gold in this game, and they will RMT, and that's just the fact of it. Dads will get on here who make, you know, and not even dads. The average player in this game is fucking 30. You know, you go to work, you make, you know, a few $100s a day. You could spend, you know, 5 hours farming gold to make, you know, to get like your 50 gold, or you can hop on G2G and you can take 1 second to buy 50 gold and never get caught for it. People are going to do that. And I'm going to get, like I said, I'm going to get shit on for this, and people are going to be like, you're wrong, or like, that's fucked up, the game's going to die. I mean, this is just a fact, bro. I played Classic WoW for over, like, you know, for 7-8 years. I've seen every iteration of this game. The only game where the version of Classic I saw where they could actually handle gold buying or RMT fairly well was private servers, where they had GMs combing the servers constantly. But even then, there was still RMT going on. But they made mistakes constantly. There was false bans all the time. People got banned and who definitely didn't buy gold, and you know, a GM makes the wrong decision. That player is never playing that game again. I can tell you right now, you get a false ban on a player, they're just not playing. You know, they talked about it in Classic right now. They banned GDKPs because they're trying to combat gold being a resource that people want to buy. But it's just a really, really difficult thing to combat when you have a market that's just so willing to buy gold. People are so
There is
willing
no
to buy gold.
RMT in Bossing Say.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of look at it as the isn't the glint supposed to be a way for, so it's like there's always going to be that, you know, gold buying, right? But it's like for real players, you can take you take your glint that you pick up, and it's like, instead of selling it at the vendor or whatever, you run it through a caravan, and it's like worth like 10 times the amount. Obviously, with that invincible caravan bug, that kind of was problematic. But I see that as like sort of the solution to help with it, where it's like, yeah, it's going to exist, but it's going to be like, real players are going to be able to make a lot more money just by running caravans. And if they have bots running caravans, then people are just going to run up on them and gank them. You know, I don't know.
Have you played WoW?
No. No.
Okay, so
I played WoW, and I played Classic WoW as well.
So there, you know what BRD is, right?
There's one of the best dungeons in the history of MMOs. Of course, I know what BRD is.
There you go. There's a function, a mechanic in the game. It's really cool. It's really RP. It was actually, you know, directly from Classic, called pickpocketing. A rogue can stealth through a dungeon, and they can pickpocket mobs, and they get a few silver off every mob.
Yep, and the bots ran a heyday. They
ran 10,000 of those bots at a time, going through BRD and just pickpocketing and making raw gold. They will literally, Sinflow, they will literally run 1,000 bots in this game, and they will just have them kill mobs, get glint, sell the glint, and then sell the gold. Whatever you may think is efficient, they will find the most efficient. I mean, you have to start with these are people's careers, right? This is how they make the most of their money. This is how they feed their families. If it's lucrative, they will find a way to sell gold in this game, and they will do it in mass.
So do you think that region locking different areas of the world is a effective strategy against some of that stuff?
Not at all. VPNs are just going to get right by that. They can't stop that. And I mean, VPNs will get right by that. I mean, you want to talk about the best way to stop that? Make the game too expensive for them to buy it. I mean, it's too much of an initial limit. But even then, to play this alpha right now is over $100, and you can already see the gold buyers coming to the game because it's so lucrative. This game is so lucrative right now to sell gold that you have people literally buying accounts in mass. Not people. You have these Chinese gold farms literally buying gold in mass, or buying accounts in mass to sell gold in this game, and they know that they can get banned. It's so lucrative. But I mean, they're selling a gold per. It's $1 per gold. They already have all the what's called all the. I think they have a pretty good lockdown on Braidwood. I mean, they get 5 legendary Braidwood. That's 100 gold, right? That means they get one tree. They hit that tree 4 times in a day. They 4x the cost it was to get into this game, and now they're profiting that money. And they do that every single day. So if they get banned after 3 or 4 days, they don't give a fuck. They just run a new virtual machine. They hop on a new account. find a legendary braidwood and hit it for a day, and you've made your money back. And every day you don't get banned after that, you've made money.
On this subject, you're not wrong, and I'm just there is no RMT in Bossing Say. There is no RMT. I'm sticking my head in the sand. I'm ignoring it. I'm gonna play the game for me, but I think you're absolutely right. I think it is what it is. I think the RMT is going to be there. I think some people are going to be. Hopefully, the ban actions will prevent majority of people from buying. I think if a player loses, 200 hours on a played character, that would deter them enough. If they're harsh enough in their player actions, then getting rid of the bots themselves.
Yeah.
You're never going to get rid of it. It's never going to go away. I do kind of agree with you on that. I think they can devote resources to make it better, and then everything else after that is just there is no RMT. I'm burying my head in the sand.
There is a way to mitigate it, though. Like I said, I have seen servers in Classic WoW where they have mitigated gold selling to a very, very small portion of people. And funny enough, that was on private servers where they had, a dozen GMs or whatever for a 10,000 person server, and those GMs were scanning the world. They were flying physically through the world. They saw someone botting, they'd pick that player up, they turn them around, and they see how they would move after they picked them up. If they immediately logged out, they banned them. They did whatever. You don't see that in Blizzard's version of WoW anymore. Bots will just run around freely because there is this. Blizzard says this. They say, "Well, we don't ban people because if we ban them, every week, they'll figure out how we're banning them, and then it becomes a trade war of how they can stay, like how the gold farmers can stay unbanned versus how Blizzard can ban them. So Blizzard says they ban them in mass waves. They'll ban literally 1 million accounts at one time of all the gold gold sellers ever, so they can get them in a huge chunk, and then the gold sellers have to react, right? That's their excuse, right? I don't know if that's really true because the server I saw that was the least amount of gold buying, which had a really lucrative place. It was just like this game. The gold, there people were paying $100 for 100 gold, which is like a really, really high price. Like that's really, really lucrative for gold farmers. They just had real people constantly scanning the servers, and I think that's how you combat it and mitigate it to the max. And I think that's your only choice to really, if you really want to stop gold buying, you either create systems that I haven't thought about yet. Like I think the system for the caravan thing is a good example where you actually have to play the game to make the gold, which is a lot harder for the gold farmers because you can't just throw any body on an account or a bot on there. But who knows the AI now what they could possibly do?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Only gonna get better.
Yeah. Right. Getting those real GMs on the game and scanning is effective. But that costs money. Like I said, it's doubly out of their pocket. They're banning real players who are paying monthly not real players. They're banning bots that are paying monthly subs, and they're also banning players who are buying gold. It's just
I think banning the players is the most effective way to do it. I kind of agree with the AI and everything getting better like that. Like AI can maybe learn and get better, but people are always going to be dumb. And I think the best way to combat it without getting completely rid of it, again, is the player action and make people scared enough to buy the gold, or at least hit them before the effects of their RMT are like kind of widely known or like widely utilized.
It's just banning people doesn't make you money. So that's the dilemma I think that Intrepid's gonna run into, right?
I mean, that's Intrepid's talk though. Like they seem to have a lot of integrity when they talk about this game. You have Steven coming from those other MMOs, and that's one of the things I liked about the marketing for this game was how much they do care and want to, it may not make money, but they want to invest and make the best game possible.
No, I agree too. I mean, even the environment now is not so, like the gold buying isn't that bad yet. It's not that bad. I think in P3 we'll see a lot of gold buying, but right now it's not that bad yet. I worry about P3. Yeah, I worry about P3. You're seeing a lot more of these, gold farming guilds coming up, and we have some Chinese players even in Polar who talk to these other Chinese guilds, and they're the ones like communicating to us like, yeah, these it's 100 gold buyers or 100 gold farmers, or that's I mean, you guys talk to Kiki, right?
Yeah.
Well, and and I've heard some stuff from them about innocent Chinese, Chinese players getting caught up in the mix too, and some of them might not even know English, but like it's just, I've heard accounts of people that I know that say they're trustworthy that have gotten banned, and then they just stop playing the game as well too. So there are definitely innocent people that do get caught in the crossfire as well.
It's hard. It's going to be the hardest thing that I think Intrepid is going to have to combat, especially if the game doesn't change how it currently works. I mean, you can look at games like Tarkov, right? Like they had huge RMT problems in Tarkov, and you had to pay $150 to get that game. That they made everything pretty much. You couldn't sell anything on the market almost, right? Like, did you guys play Tarkov ever or no?
A little bit.
I played it once or twice. I was way more into Dark and Darker.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Dark and Darker has the similar market to Tarkov, but like basically anything you found in Raid, you really couldn't even sell on the market because like I don't know. I have no idea how you stop gold buying in a game like this, other than embracing it, selling it yourself, and just making at least letting everyone have the chance to have the same advantage. I mean, I think Diablo tried to do that in Diablo 3 with the IRL market.
What a disaster.
Yeah, I actually don't. I kind of don't remember that super well. Did that go poorly? I actually don't know.
It went very poorly. They removed it. They removed it for the expansion and Reaper of Souls. I mean, I can just talk to my experience on that one, where I struggled. Right, I think back and then they had the MP difficulties, MP 1 through 10, before they had the up to insanity or whatever, and I struggled. I had nothing. I had no progression. Like I was pushing runs trying to get gear, and then I had one pair of almost perfectly like Natalia's boots dropped, and I sold them for some like 3-4 billion gold and bought myself a set, and it just ruined all of the progression. I went straight from MP2 all the way up to MP10 from like one thing, and it just did not, even though I got that like god drop, it like just did not feel good. Now I'm just buying everything, I'm not playing the game, and then it's like, okay, what do I do now? Like this was like really weird.
Yeah. I mean, I have no idea. I don't know what the right answer is. I think people would freak the fuck out if Intrepid sold gold. So I don't think that's the answer.
Yeah.
Well, and they just won't too, because they flat out said that they're not going to multiple times.
I think they're gonna have to eventually come. I think Steven will eventually have to come to the conclusion of we're gonna have to pay a fuck ton of money in GMs to actually stop gold buying, or we're gonna have to be extremely strict, and we're gonna have to deal with like false negatives and all that type of stuff. Or they're gonna have to be like, ooh, maybe there's a reason why WoW went with the WoW token. I just linked in the group chat, by the way. This is GTC's website. I haven't looked at it in a long time. They have right now on Vera, they have over 20 active sellers. It's what looks to be like.
Oh, but I'm looking to be this though. That's different. Other sellers. Okay, so one seller has 17. Okay, this guy has 130,000 gold. He says.
That's not.
I kind of want
to
like in terms of systems they could use to prevent like this. Like even if they didn't have GMs, maybe they could have like another lower tier where it's like trusted reporters or something, where it's like they know these people are solid in the community, right? And they're like, okay, these people report someone, it's probably legit, and that kind of gets prioritized. Would that help at all, or would that just be like, would that just turn into like
I think that could help.
They only listen to those people because and then the rest of them, they're too busy filtering through like the prioritized ones to ever get to the normal ones. You know what I mean?
I think what you're dealing with here, and this is like in one of my early college classes and one of my early econ classes, we had a professor who explained to us the war on drugs and why it wasn't very effective. And you're basically fighting like, if you have the war on drugs in America, right? Like it's the same thing. It's kind of funny. I'm comparing this to gold, but you have you have this large group of people who want to buy these things, right? And the more scarcity there is, the higher value there is, and the more producers that come into it's more attractive for people to produce and to maybe bring those things in, right? So you're kind of always fighting this weird balance in flow. So what I probably would do if I was on Intrepid's team and I was like, okay, we're not going with the route of us taking control of this. We're gonna actually try to shut this down, because of this whole like supply and demand situation. I would attack the infrastructure, and like I just sent you the G2G link right to their website. Unironically, I would probably give a budget to my whatever team I had in charge of this, and I would have them literally buy gold from these G2G sellers and just try to track them back to like the hub, and see what I could figure out to keep shutting down players and hubs and things like that. The only issue you're going to run into though on launch is there's no longer $100 box cost to play the game. $15 a
Yeah.
month. That's it becomes easier and easier to make new accounts.
Right.
But if you could
Yeah, I've
find their
also
supply
thought
and
about that as well.
if you could find the supply of their gold and keep deleting their supply and keep like really, getting on top of them, that would be the big thing to do. And it just the issue with that is scaling. Say this game comes out and they scale immediately to 3 million players. Okay, 3 million players. How many servers are you looking at with that? You're looking at.
And I think that I think getting the players that buy it is going to be a much more successful tactic. And like we've been talking about before in this social thing, like perception is everything. You have some people going through, and all of a sudden that word spreads. And yeah, there's some people that are going to buck the trend and be like, "Well, I don't fucking care if I get banned," and they try and buy anyway. But I think the overall statistical effect of how many people buy gold is going to be way better if the perception is, I'm not going to buy gold. I'm not going to risk my account getting banned. And I feel like a lot of people across the entire board would have that mentality if they took a very strong active stance against players.
If you could somehow convince like the culture to be afraid of that, I would agree with you. But if we're looking at this scientifically and we're like, okay, let's theorize this. Let's look at this. Let's look at scenarios in real life where this has worked, right? Because we can, this game really reflects social trends, okay, in a lot of ways. Where has that worked in society? Where they've scared people out of doing something. Like, hey, listen, like, we don't want you guys to, I'm just using the drug example again. We don't want people to use, we don't want people to use weed, right? So we schedule it as a drug and we make it limited, and you're going to go to jail if you get caught with it, and you're going to get really sick, and you're going to all these different things, right? They put all these different ways to like stop people from using or potentially getting their hands on it, and it all it does is if there is a want or like a demand, the supply just grows and gets bigger and bigger, and that's why I think like it's just so hard. I think it's so hard to do to really attack. You have to destroy the demand. I think you're right though, Laloop. If you can make the demand go away, then the supply will go away. But I don't know how you attack the supply or attack the demand.
I'm not saying it would be super effective or anything. I guess my main argument was that I think going after the buyers would be more effective than going after the producers. The overall effectiveness is debatable.
Yeah. It's a really interesting topic because it's going to be the same thing as well. And I think that's something I think that Intrepid should look towards is I think there's a lot of learning lessons that WoW has learned or dealt with over the 20 years that I wish.
Do you know the best way to fight RMTers? I don't think you're going to like it, TM.
Tell me.
To put a gear cap on your tournament.
I was thinking about that.
Laugh.
It's like
I got the laugh. Let's go.
Okay, if
coming back full circle.
If there was at least one team that was actually made, ready to go, said, "Hey, we have 8 players. Here are the 8 players. We're gonna compete. If you put a gear cap on it, we would have put a gear cap on it." There wasn't one team that was made. Not one.
I will say the vote that you put out on it was phrased as, "I don't care what the gear is." And then the second option was, I will not participate if there's not a gear cap. And it was 55 didn't care and 45% did care. And I think that's two very different things. I think if it was 55%, I will only compete if there's no gear cap versus 45%, I will only compete if there is a gear cap, that would be fair to go with the 55%. But the way it was phrased, I feel like personally, you would have a more successful tournament if we had included that other 45% that would have been more interested. But it's your guys' tournament. You guys can run it however you want.
I mean, for me, it's like a headache to go through the process of gear checking everyone and doing all that nightmare.
Shit. Oh yeah.
Which we only really need like 6 to 8 teams to do a really fun, good tournament. And if we have really unique teams, like I think GBK's team's gonna play this time. I think Barcode actually just signed up for a team. I know Envious will have 1 to 2 teams. Polar will have 1 to 2 teams. We get one more team, maybe 2 of like the players that want to try hard and come out. The tournament's fully set. We're chilling. Like I think we're in a really good spot already. It'll be really entertaining because I think those teams alone, you have like the GBK like purple team, they're really fucking good. You have the Barcode team, they're pretty good too. Then you have like 1 or 2 Polar teams, 1 or 2 Envious teams. That'll be a pretty competitive tournament. Like across the board. That'll be pretty geared players who are definitely skilled, who definitely know what they're doing. They play together a bunch. They have synergy. That'll be good. I would love to see more teams come out. Laloop, I would love to see the Twilight Ember team still come out, even if you guys don't have the gear. I already said I'd pay for your entry fee. I mean, you guys should make a team.
And take the money. We win.
I'll tell you what. I'll make the exception for you guys. If you guys come out with an 8-man and you win, you can take the money, and I'll pay for your entry fee too.
You know,
I think
unfortunately, team games are not about one person. So we'll take it into an advisement. We appreciate the offer.
Well, I mean, I was just thinking about it. It's like, why don't you just do both? Why don't you just have like, in the same event, just do like, a geared one and a non-geared one. It's like, why not just do both?
Simple. Why don't you release a YouTube video every 2 days?
Well, because it takes a long time to edit. So I guess it takes a long time. But I mean, it's like, if you're already setting up an event and people are going to be there, why don't you just be like, okay, we're doing this for like 2 hours.
Simflo, you are more than welcome to come on. You can get on the team, Simflo. You can get on the production team. You can run that event for us. I will put you in charge of it. I'm down. I'll help you. I'll help you in any way you need to do it.
Okay.
We'll make it happen.
Okay. Well, maybe after I come back. I don't know. I'm going to be in a weird spot.
I can get you on the production team, Laloop, if you want to. We can have you manage that tournament. I will help you in any way I can. I will, whatever you need me to do, I'm there. Just give me some orders. Tell me what you need to help to get it done. As long as you're leading it, you're getting the team set up, and you're doing the gear checking, all that kind of stuff. I think, I'm being kind of an asshole. I think the what maybe people don't understand is it takes a lot of fucking time to do these tournaments. I did all the art for it last time too, getting with the streamers who are doing it, connecting with them, getting all the information from players, there's going to people who drop out right before the tournament 100%. They always do. Getting backups, getting it to be smooth and people cooperating, getting people in the right place, letting people know how the tournament's acting, all the fucking brackets. And there's so much bullshit that goes on involved with it. That last tournament probably took like 60 plus hours of work beforehand to get everything really smooth. And it worked out really well. We had like 400 plus peak viewers. It was, I think, the biggest Ashes tournament so far. It was really fun. I think everyone participated and had a good time. Like, people must have enjoyed watching it. There was over 400 plus viewers, It's just a lot of work. And I listen,
for sure.
If I was getting paid for this, fuck yeah, I'll do 7 tournaments, Intrepid, hear me out, pay me. I'll do a bunch of tournaments. It'll be really fun. People will love it. Give me a bunch of rewards. I'll do that. It's just it's really just a time issue, man. I run a full, I run a guild.
Best he can do is one timeless Terrapin.
I think people forget that I'm a real person. I have a life outside of Ashes, I swear. I do exist. I have a significant other too. It's like there is a real version of me that exists outside of this game. I don't know if people realize that, but yeah, I'm just doing our best out here.
I think that's all we're all doing, right? We all got our own struggles and everything that we deal with too.
I think, someone said something here that was kind of setting a power cap wouldn't change a lot because people would just shuffle stats away from power. Even if they do that, I still think that like it would make for a more interesting fight. If like people have lower power stats but higher armor and stuff like that, it would still be more interesting because the battle would be it would take longer for the battle to finish, and that's more interesting in my opinion. Like, it's not just like an instant.
I think it would definitely adjust the
strategy
for the team comps and stuff too, right?
I actually don't know. I watched the 4v4 tournament, and not being toxic here, between good players, some of those matches went on pretty fucking long. Like the biggest skill cap right now in this game is rolling. Your ability to iframe damage, like big damage here, is really, really important. Also, the cleric diff is huge in this game. The cleric can really, really make a massive difference. If you're pre-healing a player who's taking damage, you can really extend the time to kill. I mean, if you looked at the matches between Purple and Polar, if you looked at the matches between Envious and Polar, even like Barcode and Polar, some of those matches were really interesting, and they were extending. Granted it's 4v4, so it's a little bit less damage, but like you do have half the healers. And some of those fights went on for 1-2 minutes. Like they were good little fights. And I think I would love for them to drop the TTK, like the time to kill, if they made it like, or not increase it. My bad, not drop it. If it was about 50% longer, it would be way more interesting. By the way, if anyone from Intrepid's listening, the easiest way to nerf gear in this game right now is to go into the stat tree and nerf strength and intelligence. All you have to do is make strength give 1 physical power rating and make intelligence give 1 magical power rating. You don't even really need to mess with wisdom or con or mentality. Maybe you probably don't even need to mess with dex. If you just nerf strength and intelligence, that would nerf enchanting as well too. The biggest problem with enchanting right now is it gives you 1 of each, stat on the actual tree. So,
And then it would also, I mean, that would also make those other gears worthwhile, right? Because if you have crit chance and physical power and strength, that would be a lot better than, well, I have to get strength, I have to get dex, I have to, to get all these waterfall stats going on too. It would give you a little bit more option in your gearing out choices if enchanting those waterfall stats was more of an option.
Yeah, that would be the easiest way. They could literally snap their fingers, they nerf strength and intelligence, just drop it to 1 power rating per those stats, and the stats are still super worth it. Like if you check strength right now, you'll still get, you still get pen, you still get accuracy rating, and then you get 1 phys power rating. That'd be great. Same thing with intelligence. You'll still get spell power, pen, and accuracy. And then you essentially nerfed all power across the board there by like 60%. You're going to see a way better time to kill. People will enjoy the game way more. It'll also give you more gearing options. It would be super beneficial to the entire system. And it'd be the least amount of work for you. In my opinion, at least. But yeah, I do think the ATA tournament...
Pound 96 says Synflow needs more gear.
I need more gear. I need to go hit up
gear, Synflow? Okay. The Chinese gold farmers. I mean the static nodes.
Wouldn't it be beneficial to
Caravan, run bug Caravan? No.
Customer support report stating that. Have you mentioned this to? Tim. Have you mentioned this to like any of the GMs, or like put it in a report or something? Like, hey.
I put a report out about the issue with enchanting on December 30th of 2024.
Okay. I mean, okay.
I wrote an entire write-up to a dev directly. Okay. And he acknowledged it, said he would submit it. So
I do notice a lot. I will say I do notice quite a lot of bug reporting and feedback in the Discords and stuff from Polar and Envious. I will also, would you disagree with you? I feel like you guys report everything, but like, is it fair to say that you continue using those things after you report them too?
Like enchanting?
Like everything. You look at like the glint farm that happened last week, right? Like glint started dropping purple, obviously a thing. How many people in Polar and Envious were out there farming purple glint from those mobs?
We did that for like 10 minutes and said, yeah, you're getting banned for this, instantly stopped. So no, I think that's a thing people don't understand is people in Polar, and I think Envious as well too, are scared shitless to get their accounts deleted. Or we know that everyone, we know that we're fully looked at here. We, as much as people might believe, like I would, we pretty much don't do anything that would be sketchy or like anything like that. Also, we report a ton of shit. I've reported a million things, and my reports will actually get deleted in the bug report channel, because they don't want
people to see them. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a Rushan specifically will DM me like, hey man, we saw this report, we're looking at it, we're just deleting it because we don't want people to replicate it. I have more than like dozens of reports that I've set up. But
good for. It's definitely good for the game. Yeah, I can confirm that. I definitely have seen a lot of reports that have been in there. So I will say that everything aside, you guys do report quite a lot of things.
Yeah, I can even I don't mind sharing this. I would appreciate if you guys didn't share this, but you can just pop this into the chat so I'm not completely full of shit.
Oh, okay.
It happens all the time where all shit removed and stuff, but I try to report everything I can, any big issues, exploits, and things like that.
So this is like a response to the caravan immunity thing, right? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, we try to report a bunch of, but we don't really. I mean, if anything's gonna get us banned, like we have too much time invested into our accounts and characters. It's not worth it. I mean,
Right.
there's no reason to realistically. I mean, there is obviously
And
reasons to exploit into it.
that mentality right there is what they need to instill in people thinking about RMT and gold.
Yeah, probably. It's just really hard to do on a mass scale.
Yeah. It's hard because it's like when it's so easy to just make another account, and it's like, yeah, it's only $15 a month, you know. I mean,
Well, for
that
the
barrier to
for the
entry,
sellers, yeah, but for the people buying it,
I mean, for the buyers too, I suppose. I mean, it's sort of it feels like one of those gambler's fallacy fucking things where you like, it's like, oh, you're like you're a bit sketchy about it. You buy some gold to get ahead, and then your account gets banned, and then you're like, and well, now you're like, but I really like this game. So then you go on the account, and you're like, well, I want a fresh character, and this is a fresh account, and I have nothing, so fuck it, I'm gonna buy more gold, you know, like, and then it's sort of, you know what I mean? Like that cycle sort of does that make sense? That sort of cycle that starts where it's like, you know, they come back on like a fresh account, and then there's like
I
nothing
think
there's even less to lose. So it's like, well, might as well try again, but I'll try and be sneakier this time. You know,
but with the grind, right? Like they have to level. They have to, I mean, you put in 50, 60 hours to level, get up to max level. Let's say you're really good at it at that point, and then it's like, okay, now I have to find the crafters. Now I have to find the people that do this. And even if you have all the crafters lined up, it's like, okay, I gotta get the materials. I gotta source the materials. I gotta buy them off the market. I gotta process them. I gotta get them to the right people. I gotta get them to this guy. And so even though you have everything, it can still take you like 3 days to even craft a piece of gear based off people's schedules too.
yeah, I think oh yeah, I had an idea. So like on the fresh start, how would you feel like phase 3? We go into it, everyone's already leveled to 25, like once, maybe multiple times. Like, what if we just go into it? You know, everyone starts with 0 gold, 0 items, but everyone just starts. You know, there's Guy Geary there. He has a single scroll, puts you to 25. Bam, you're there. You know, and then it's like, and then you just have to go and get the items and stuff like that. Like, or with that, I guess that would kind of break the game a little bit because then you can't farm.
Yeah, I was wrong. I did not report the enchanting issue on December 30th. It was actually January 8th.
Okay.
There's a screenshot.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
see.
I thought that's been broken from the day one. So,
Okay.
you know, it's the way it scales with like, you know, the higher level items at level 10 and 0. It just makes enchanting so broken. But I would love to see them fix that. I think it'd be really easy to fix. Like I said, just nerfing strength and
Yeah.
stuff.
I love the launch living experience. Yeah, I kind of, I don't know. It was just an idea I had with the straight to 25 and not having to do the grind. But I don't know. Schmidus wants me to ask you how you feel about Mage's Firebolt. I'm guessing that's a meme. Is that a polar meme?
50 viewers in Ashes of Creation. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, yeah.
You're gonna be
just
verified soon.
Hey,
Dusty levels right there.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, we just need well, I think there's a lot of people who wanted to know about like, you know, the armor smithing station. They're like, it's kind of great, like, you know, I don't know. There's probably a lot of people that like you said, where they come at you and they're just like a wild animal, basically, being like, I can't believe you took my armor smithing station. I just wasted 3 weeks of my life. I was preparing for that for like, you know, 100 hours, like 130 hours. I was preparing for that, and you just destroyed all my hopes and dreams, you know. And then I laugh because like I'm not laughing at them. It's more like it's my coping. It's how I cope with like, oh god, that's really bad. That's really really bad. Um, what the fuck are we gonna do about this? Because it's like obviously that's gonna put a lot of people off, right? When you like if they've been trying to prepare. How is Sin supposed to get gear when he's providing content like this? Exactly. I'm literally sitting on a mountain right now. TMX is like hunting treasure maps. Just like while we're doing this, the gap between us and Polo just fucking is expanding.
Yeah, I've done like 7 bright glint in treasure maps in this conversation. So
I mean, that's
Unlucky.
yeah, right. I've been sitting on a rock, moving my camera so I don't go AFK.
Oh crap! Am I AFK? What
Uh,
did you see?
no, you're still here. You're fine. Um,
I've been like looking at the.
but yeah, no, like
Dude, I got.
yeah,
Sorry, go on.
there's definitely just a lot of people that are probably like they come to looking on Twitch and they see, oh, what? Talking to
Talking to
Tmugsy?
Tmugsy.
Why?
Not the armor smithing station. But yeah, I mean it is what it is. It is the game. That is the way. You guys took Jova. It happened.
I mean, the
Armor
thing is,
smithing's
like,
out. Weapon smithing's coming in.
you should really be blaming, what was it? Was it Dynasty and Emperor for splitting the votes or whatever? Was it them? Sorry, who split the votes?
Yeah.
Never split the votes, man. Someone's
Yeah.
got that immunity idol tucked away.
Yeah.
Like it's never a good idea. All it takes, you
Just-
split the votes, one person flips, you guys are screwed.
Just roll dice on beforehand, if you guys can't make up your mind.
No, we're going to fire making for sure. Sorry, I'm like a big Survivor fan.
Animal husbandry
Survivor.
loses value by the day. Most people have their mounts. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like that. I did animal husbandry and now I'm sort of like, ugh, maybe I'll sell fuel next to the freeway.
He's like, I don't think I'm gonna do that for the third time in a row in phase 3.
Yeah, I think next time I'm just gonna be chill. I'm just gonna be like, I'll probably just level up all the gathering stuff and I'll just like, I don't know.
You know, I hear you
Try
still
and
owe
buy
some
whatever I
people
need.
gold from phase 1 too.
Yeah, I left it back in phase 1. Once I get back there, I'm gonna go pick it up. That's my joke for that. Once I get back there, I'll pick it up for you.
I left it in
what's
my
not
other
fair?
phase of storage.
This guy in my guild, Razzle, he gets this insanely cool looking mount from Jova, and I am on the dumbest looking mount in the game.
It's got a derpy face, yeah. It's got a derpy face for sure.
The horns are on sideways. They still have not fixed that. It's really bothering me.
It's his face with his mouth for me. Just the derpy look, like like that's his face.
One of his eyes is like sagging slightly. He looks like he might have had a stroke. I don't know. Yeah.
Now did that stroke for your mount happen before or after you took it over?
I don't. I don't remember. I think it happened initially.
One too many impulsive vortex, maybe.
I guess.
What
Do you think
what you do now,
so
TM?
impulsive? It's actually quite funny. You think I'm impulsive. I think most people in the guild would say I'm not. I don't act fast enough. I guess
You got
some
a
things I
bunch
am
of
impulsive.
bloodthirsty PvPers.
Sometimes I am a bit impulsive.
I am too. It's the ADHD for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, this was a kind of a wild turn for the stream. I feel is there anything else we want to talk about? Because I kind of I don't know. I kind of want to go back to doing things. I'm gonna catch Polar one day.
Guys. The servers are up on Wednesday.
One of these days, as I like shake my fist and TM flies into the air.
Can we let you get back to farming? I don't think we can. I'm still getting this lead on you. I have to continue it. I'm holding you. This is part of the polar plot.
Oh yeah, this is actually
I
a
only
strategy.
came in here to stop you from farming.
I finally got my lumberjacking up. Okay, I heard the lumberjacking station might go down. That's the only thing that's got me to level my gathering skills is threats of the stations going down. Oh crap! I have to get this up now. I have journeyman lumberjacking.
Does staggering the special elections feel like an exploit to you guys, with dropping citizenship especially? I don't.
Is that a question for me or you guys? I don't know.
I don't know.
That's a question for you guys. I know you guys prematurely. So that's from chat from various Veritas. Because I know you guys had Yokai prematurely drop the Sunhaven election, right? So that you could stagger it.
I think. Is that an exploit? I would say 100% no. I would say it's a intelligent use of game mechanics. I mean, what would make it like exploitive or unfair? I guess there's still a normal election. People still have a chance to win the election. We're not getting any unfair advantage necessarily.
Right.
You could say that we
Yeah.
can utilize more of our votes. Maybe we can plan
I
for it, but
think
that's kind of
it.
But the
I think it
elections, how long
definitely
do the
goes
special
into.
elections last? That's the thing. Are they?
um
If it's like a 24-hour thing, then maybe. Like, I'm not saying like exploit, but I'm just saying is like, oh, it's like definitely like a cheeky dog maneuver where you're like, you,
Well,
you drop
so
citizen when
it
everyone's
it
offline,
definitely
and then try
it
and.
definitely lives in that gray area, right? And I
no,
think there should
it's
be good dev
hold on.
discussion on what they want to allow through the election system, right? I think inherently there can be a snowball effect to it. So let's say that you are the biggest guild on the server, you have all the votes, or you have half the server's votes or something like that. Through this system, you could theoretically stagger all of the votes, right? If you can manhandle one election, then you have the ability to manhandle all elections. If you staggered them, you could then do one and then do the other and do the other and then do the next. Is that good game design or not if you can snowball through it like that?
You get so why I would say I actually do think it's good game design. I think for try hard guilds, it's a bit of strategy and it can be countered, right? Like if you know that we're gonna do that, right? Again, say we do it again in Sunhaven specifically, right? And Cheeky Nuela is aware of this. They sneak their alts into Sunhaven and they wait, they wait. They plan properly. And one of those happens, those aren't always the most effective, right? Like when you're doing those kind of like snowball rolls to vote here, vote there, blah blah. Not everyone is always moving the characters. Maybe they're a bit lazy, or maybe they weren't really on, or they didn't know, or whatever happens. I think that can be countered pretty easily by another guild that's trying to counter that. And you really can't do it to like 100 nodes. It really caps out probably around 4, even probably 3 maybe. It becomes really complicated the more you do, right? And they already actually added a system recently where you have to be a citizen of a node for 5+ days or something to actually vote. So there already is a pretty complicated like system in play where like timing becomes very difficult with that actually.
I don't think you have to
um
be. I mean, there's just a 36-hour cooldown, and as the game sits right now, you can just become a
nope.
citizen and immediately vote.
No, when you become a citizen right now, there is a 36-hour cooldown when you like drop citizenship to become a citizen somewhere else, but there
Yeah.
also is a 5-day waiting period before it says you can vote right now when you become a citizen.
I mean, I literally just made an alt and became a citizen and was immediately able to vote. So I
Did
don't
your vote
know.
count? Did your vote count though? I mean, if you make I mean I can't really do it for you. I mean this is 100% a thing. When you make a character right now, there is a flag that says to you, this character cannot vote for 5 days or so. This is about a week or something. I can get you the screenshot of it if you want, but that is what it says currently. So we actually don't know. We personally don't know if your vote actually counts or not when you do that.
Do you
I
guys
would
have like a
assume
tally of your votes when you've done
so.
that? I mean, I'm assuming you have a good count on your votes that you've had for each
We think
node.
that flag is currently working, and um because we planned for that, obviously. But I'll give you a good example. AZ, for example, people thought they were gonna have way more votes in AZ than they did. People thought that one guild had 90 votes, and the winner was 45, which makes me think that that is definitely working. But you know, we don't know. I'm not 100%
Yeah, I
positive.
mean, I think transparency on that is just super key. I mean, hashtag just alpha things. There are no bugs in bossing, say.
Yeah, that is what it tells you when you make a new character. And like I said, with the AZ thing, having those votes not work, I do think it might have been an effect. I don't know that like I said, it's hard for us to tell because we planned around that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So, everybody who was voting on a character was a citizen more than a week beforehand. So, we snuck into Jova. They didn't even know. It's crazy. But it I think it's good strategy. I think it takes coordination. I think it's counterable. Um, I think it's fun for the hardcore guilds maybe a bit. I think that when you have more nodes, I'm actually I guess I'm a bit I think a bit two different ways on this. I think having a node in this game is really really important. I think that the average 20 to 40 man guild should have a node. I think the gameplay becomes way more fun, and I think it adds a whole RTS element to the game that no other game has this feature, and I think it's the most unique thing about Ashes, is that you manage the city in this game, and what you do actually matters. Like versus New World, where have you played New World? I'm sure both of you have at least a little bit, maybe.
A little bit, but not to the level of like managing nodes or whatever.
Yeah,
When you
I
manage,
played it like a little bit, but I don't have a ton of experience with the world.
okay, I managed a town in New World, and to build a building, it took like a day, and pretty much everyone had the same buildings, and there was no real diversity, and it was really easy. It just didn't matter really. In this game, how you manage a node is so fucking important, and it brings so many more elements into gameplay and to like interaction with the rest of the people on the server that I think that I would definitely like. I really like the idea of, like medium to small size guilds having nodes. I think it's really like I think it brings a lot of fun to the game. I don't know if like you guys noticed that, since like you guys have Nuela, like how much content you get straight of just being like a Nuela citizen being involved.
Quite a lot. I think Nuela is one
Yeah.
of the most. I mean, I'm sure you have spies in Nuela citizen chat. You know how much we take care of our own and how much we do through our citizen chat and act as a node together. So I'd say quite a bit of content.
Yeah,
I actually don't know if we have any Nuela spies, to be honest.
like having that commitment to, well, you,
None that you'll out anyway, I'm sure.
yeah.
Actually, I did see that Jethro Tull is no longer a citizen in Nuela anymore.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. How do I say this without being mean?
Just say it, TM. I thought you were embracing your villain era.
Nuela just isn't a big enough threat for us to really be putting a lot of resources into. We kind of just say like we're born, let's warn Nuela. It's not like a real, it's mean to say. But you guys have Amnesty now and EBC Wolf, so and they're real guilds. So maybe warring Nuela now will be more of a threat.
I mean, we have a few other real guilds too, but we also, I'm not gonna, try and play it up. We do have a lot of farmers. We got some rusty pitchforks. We got a few people with the sharp pitchforks. We got some pitchfork suppliers who are handing out new pitchforks to people, and there might be an army soon.
What's that guild that starts with an E? I feel like they were okay actually.
Elysium.
I think Elysium is okay actually.
Elysium's
yeah.
I think they're
they're pretty solid.
I feel like they've gotten better actually. I've like visually seen those people improve at PvP. I think they're actually not bad. If you could get all of Elysium on, all of EBC, all of Twilight Embers, all of Amnesty on, it would be a pretty fun fight actually.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely what we're trying to gear up to do, and that's what I was telling you earlier. Is if obviously again, node decking in response to things and doing stuff when you're bored, like absolutely within your right, within the game's design to be able to do those things. If you guys as a node are looking for those kind of good fights, scheduling it, giving us warning. A lot of our people are casuals over here. A lot of people have timing and don't spend 16 hours a day playing the game like Polar and Envious do. So with more advanced notice, you'll get a lot more people on that can kind of organize their time. Farmers got chores to do. They got to make sure their chores are done before they go out and play on the tire swing,
We'll set it up. When do you want to schedule? Let's schedule it right now.
I am not a leader of Nuela in order to be able to schedule.
I mean, you are the social director or something of Twilight Embers. So
I am the social director, of Twilight Embers.
Only. We'll do this on the back end. There's probably a lot of dates and stuff that have to be organized. So I don't want to do that on stream.
You have the governor of Ver in front of you. We can make a date right now for this epic battle. What are we thinking? Come on, let's put you on the spot.
I would have to talk with our leadership. That would require more than just me. You would have to get, obviously Nuela has a coalition of an accord of leaders that make decisions together, which is also one of the cool things about our node, right? Like you guys are a big unified 2-person guild, I guess, or like 2-guild like alliance. We have 12 guilds in Nuela. Like we literally are like the Vikings in Valhalla with all the clan members showing up, and each person has their own idea of like what they want to do. So like it's like the tree moot with the Ents. Decisions come slow. And sometimes, we got to get the people together to make those decisions as the accord. But I think we're definitely interested. We'll put something together. I mean, Porcini's the mayor now. The mushrooms are gathering their spores. They're getting ready. I think war is inevitably coming. And if you guys want to make it a good one, I think we can definitely have our leadership work something out with you.
What day does the server go down this week?
It doesn't go down till Monday at 10 PST.
Okay, let's what day are we? Today Tuesday? What is today?
Today's Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay, let's Polar's just saying it now. You guys don't have to pick a date. We'll pick a date. Let's do Friday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
I
You don't
I mean,
I'm not
I mean,
authorized to schedule Node Wars, TM. If you're saying you're gonna ward deck us, I mean I can put you in touch with the right people.
Let me
Or if
ask.
you
Let me
want to
ask.
ward deck us at 8:30 EST on Friday and let us know that you're doing that,
I mean,
that
we
is a
can at
thing as
least
well.
say, yeah, like Merthius just said, at least it's better than no notice. It's like, hey, at least we know,
Yeah.
like, okay, we can, if we can take that date and time. What was it? It was, can you, do you have hammer time? Can you put that in like the Discord so we can like, I don't know, copy paste
I'm
that? And we can
confirming
yeah,
right
let me-
now. I will have a date for you in like within 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. But like that would be sick if it was like, okay, at least we have like some notice of like, okay, we need people here at this time, at this date, like as many as we can get, right? As long as we have like, I feel like at that last like node war, like it was probably after like an hour or two that we managed to build up a force. So I feel like if we have like, you know, like a few hours notice, that's when it works best, right? You know, at least a few hours. But it's like if we have a couple days notice, ugh, that's good stuff. The war is Friday. Be prepared. Be prepared when I log into fight. Yeah, exactly.
Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay, okay. Yeah, we've got Okay, I should probably. This is going pretty good. This is this first episode of Terrapin TV subsidiary of Twilight.
Yeah,
Talks?
I mean we're literally just getting like this is like just CCTV over Joeva right now. Like have we spotted any crimes going on? Has anyone tried to like
I know, right?
has anyone tried to guild deck on the crafting stations over here? Like that's where we're at. We have bad resolution. We can't see through the buildings. Our camera angle is crap. So yeah, I think we are CCTV.
It took almost an entire hour to get all the materials in storages and to NA. Yeah. It got triggered. I was across the entire map farming. Yeah, right. It's like it'd be way better if like if we know if we know that there's like a node war coming, even if like we're not, even if it's not like a specific like agreement of like oh yes we accept the node war or whatever, you know, it's like if Polar at least just like is like, hey, we're showing up this date this time, be ready, you know, with like a couple days notice. I think that even that is like is nice, right? um yeah, yeah, always appreciate any notice over no notice. Yeah, exactly, exactly. um yeah, anyway, I think, what are we doing?
I need to probably. I mean, if something like this is gonna happen, I need. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can be right back.
Nuela's getting war deck 9:30 p.m. Eastern Friday.
Okay. Do you have hammer? Fuck. Whenever time zones really mess me up. Uh.
I'll put it in the
I'll
chat.
get you. I'll
Yeah.
get you hammer time, dude. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's really bad for OCE though. To be honest,
Yeah. What time is that? That's probably like.
like 4 a.m. I think for you.
Jesus Christ. I might not be there.
I mean, actually,
No. So hold on. 9:30. That would be 10:30 in the morning for you, Sinflow, on Saturday.
Yeah, that's not bad actually. 30 in the morning. That's pretty good.
6:30
then, we're good.
p.m. That'd be 6:30 p.m. on Friday, which would be 10:30 in the morning for you on Saturday.
That should be good then.
I mean, if you're node decking us, you're node decking us. It is what it is. We'll see what there is to
Yeah.
war up. I would encourage to work with the coalition as much as I can, but again,
I mean,
game
that's
mechanics are game
If
mechanics.
if you truly can't get anyone out there, just let me know and I'll just cancel it. But I'm assuming that the people will get riled up. Maybe I don't know.
We'll see. We
Yeah,
have
like I
a
said, though, legitimately, it is actually like torturous for us to have to war deck you guys if no one's there. Sitting there for like 3 hours, making people sit there and kill you guys is actually miserable. So
yeah. I mean, like if oh
I
yeah,
will say Pinata made me lose 3 Epic Willow when he was doing that. I was trying to get in and do some stuff, and was that no Pinata's Genesis, right?
yeah. Can we get compensation for
Okay.
that?
Yeah, can I get compensation for what Genesis did to me, please?
Can
yeah,
I definitely lost like I always laugh at the end of those node wars, and then I think Schmidus was like, "Ask TM, he'll pay for your repair bills." And then I message you being like, you said you'd pay for all of Nuela's repair bills."
yeah. You know what's
Yeah,
funny?
I don't know. I
Talking about Epic Willow, I just did a map and got 44 Epic Willow.
shut up. What are
Some
we
thoughts on
doing
that?
right now,
Thoughts on
Laloop?
that?
What are we doing right now? We're sitting
I
here.
got a map
We're
yesterday.
doing the government's job of keeping this town exactly the same level of safety and doing
We're,
nothing about the Tenko mode ganks that are going on at the crafting station right now. That's what we're doing.
oh my, wait.
So is Tenko mode just like, is everyone just terrified of him now, or what's up with that?
Basically,
Oh, it's just a meme. He definitely sits in towns and
Yeah,
has a
I've seen
guild
some.
called Exploiter that he decks on people with to steal their materials. Yeah.
yeah.
I've seen some crazy Braidwood robberies that he's done. What is the
Yeah.
reaction of the player who loses like 5 legendary Braidwood? Is that just a never logs in again, or
Nah,
what
I
is
mean
the angle
they
on that
come
one?
back in, but then there's definitely there's like a a bunch of systems now in place, or like recommendations of like, I don't know. It kind of feels like it's like, oh, if you think you're trading with like someone in Polar or Envious and you think they might gank you, then just don't do it, or do it through the marketplace. Like that sort of thing where it's like, so it's come to that point where it's like there's now systems in
Like,
place,
don't be dumb.
or it's like don't show up to any trades alone. So it turns into this weird drug deal situation where you're handing over some like legendary wood, and you like each side has like their people. You have like groups of like 4 people just to trade over like some legendary wood. It's like okay, I don't know. I don't know. That's kind of funny and like kind of fun, you know.
That is hilarious, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's very
Uh,
funny.
uh, I just don't engage in any business with MTPH. Veramos is quite upset. Yeah, I mean that's like that's just one of the things. Is like if it ends up being like if it ends up feeling like Polar or Envious or whatever, I feel like they're two in the same, but it's very different. I don't know. But like if it feels like that in the sandbox environment where it's like, oh no, you might get ganked by them, or it's like if you show up to a trade with one of them and it's like, well, they might war deck us and just steal like 25% of it because that's worth it, I guess. How much do the war decks cost? Like 5 gold each or something. So
4 gold, 20
Four.
silver.
yeah, so yeah, nice. Anyway,
Yeah, a Braidwood is 4x that, right? So it's definitely worth to war deck even for 1 legendary Braidwood.
okay,
True.
but
But
yeah,
I don't. I think that's pretty exclusive to that. One character. I think.
yeah,
No,
I
I
don't
mean,
think
He has henchmen, but yeah.
he shows up with his
But they're all in
henchmen.
it
I think
together.
it's very funny. I think it's very funny.
Yeah, I don't know. It does suck for the people. Like I do feel for the people who lose their stuff, but it is like, I don't know. It's one of those part of the game
I think
things
for
where it's
us,
like, yeah, you
I
gotta be
think for
careful.
us when it first started happening, it was we've kind of expected that stuff like this was going to start happening. Don't be an idiot. Like I think that's more of everything else that was going on, and I think that reputation builds, right?
Oh yeah.
And that's going to have implications for them for a while.
That's literally Steven's vision though, which I think is actually kind of funny.
Yeah.
Say
Like
what?
I said it's actually this is like literally Steven's vision. Like he's talked about this in um in interviews and shit about having about this like exact scenario happening. like doing a trade deal and someone gets killed and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So
Well, I like the idea of it, and it's like it's why I'm hesitant to like, oh, we should make it so this isn't possible or that isn't possible. It's like the freedom of the game makes it so enticing, and I just like am hesitant to put too many rules on it. I'd rather put like reactionary stuff to it, like the guards, right? Before we were talking about that, it's like, oh, if you war deck on a node, all the citizens from that node that's at war with the other node is like they'll get attacked by the guards, regardless of if you're flagged or not. You'll get attacked by the guards. It's like, okay, so you can't go to that node, and do whatever you need to do. If there's like a crafter in that, that citizenship, you go to that node for one of the benches or whatever. It's like, well, you can't do it right now. We're at war with them. Their guards will kill you at the benches. That sort of thing. You know what
I
I mean?
would think that's really cool. That I think that you should be able to control. I think you should be able to set guilds that are KOS for guards. I think that'd be kind of cool. Like I think if
Yeah.
necessarily Joven didn't like Marilith, that they could set Joven guards to kill on sight polar players. That'd be cool.
That would be interesting
You don't
too,
think that would
actually.
be detrimental to the crafters? Because like Jova has the armor. Or, oops, sorry, too soon. Like Nuela has carpentry, for example, right? Then the other nodes, if you control that, then you can effectively keep other guilds out from crafting that carpentry stuff.
I think that's fine. I think then it'll require you to trade with other people. I think that if I can't, if my guild's in war, it makes it more detrimental to go to war, which is more realistic to like I think real interactions, right? Let's talk about the trade war happening right now between the US and Canada. Like that hurts
I'd
both
rather
sides.
not.
Well, we don't talk about like realistically, but it hurts both sides. And I think in this actual war now, like if I go to war with Joeva, it shouldn't be painless for me, right? Is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Like if Marilith is going to war constantly with Joeva, I think Joeva should have a way to fight back, and I think they should like disallow us from using their crafting stations. I think that should be part of the game. Maybe I don't know, and that'd be cool.
And like having those
Like and
sorry, and like defenders should have that home ground advantage, right? I don't know why
Mhm.
the towers aren't actually useful. Like you can't even climb up into them. There's like towers in the node that I think archers should be able to like climb up into and then shoot from there and like do stuff there, but you can't even. There's like nothing going on. I don't know.
yeah,
That's
it'd be
what
really
I
cool.
can get in there.
Okay, well maybe I don't play ranger. Two rangers here. Maybe you can tell me differently.
Hey, it's the one good thing Airstrike can do for me. Okay.
I think I just see all of
I would love
TM's
to
videos
see.
and I'm like, he got up there with a flying mount, right? That's how he got up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you get a saga from a bard and you can just jump up there.
Yeah.
True.
I
have to say, doing jumpies over the wall in the node war was one of the funnest moments I've ever had in this game.
Oh,
And
yeah,
catching a flank.
Definitely.
I would definitely love to see more like sociable buildings in nodes in the future. Like things like I know they're gonna put like taverns and stuff in, but I'd like to see stuff like a high security trade bureau or whatever, where I can trade. Like you can basically set up a building in town where players can trade. That they're just surrounded by guards, or in that area it's like impossible to flag. So it's like you're sacrificing one of your crafting benches for making your
That'd cool.
town maybe like a hub for safe trading.
Yeah.
Or like I would love to see like an arena being a building too, where you can build an arena in your town where players can use that arena to do like essentially do dueling in a in an arena environment, and like players could maybe like gamble on the duels or the arena matches or whatever. I think that'd be
That's
cool.
one thing. Like if they don't,
I just get death rolls. I just want death rolls.
If they don't put if they don't put an arena in like the military nodes when that comes out, what the fuck? Like that would be the perfect place to have it. Like the entire node is like centered around this arena that people have to like sort of walk by and travel through and stuff like that. And then like people can use that, and there's just constantly duels going on, and I don't know, maybe it's like an instance area, so it's sort of like it's a sort of isolated, so there's no interference. But then also it could be kind of fun having the interference, and then if people flag up to interfere, they just get like deleted by the crowd being like, stop interfering, like that sort of stuff. I don't know. That sort of stuff is interesting.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
And you haven't played WoW, but Loop has. Did you play Horde Loop or no?
I did on Classic. Yeah, I played Alliance on Vanilla.
Do you remember at the back of Orgrimmar, there's like that one little building where like inside of it's like an arena. There's like that big sand pit, and there's like all these like the stadium area around it. Like I've always like fantasized about like being able to just like duel people in there, and then players can come spectate and stuff in real time. I think that'd be like a really cool feature if they could somehow get that into this game.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
that'd be
like
sick.
yeah, and we could gamble and stuff. It'd be fun.
Death rolling. Yeah, death rolling is on the
This
is a priority,
this game has so many opportunities for cool social features. I think this should be awesome.
Yeah.
right?
I personally love the social features of Final Fantasy 14. I can't play Final Fantasy 14. The single player MSQ just killed it for me. I think I got like halfway through Heaven's Word and I was just like done. But like the social
Oh,
complex player housing and emote system and everything else they have for the social emote sandbox is like second to none. It's so crazy good in that game.
what do you think about the what's it called? Crafters losing all of their stored items after a node siege if they get like destroyed and stuff like that. Is that you reckon that'll be a good thing for the game, or I don't know, or is that going to end up being like
Yeah, that will not last in the game. I'll say that right now. There's
yeah,
no way that lasts.
yeah? I feel like there'd be too many people that like they lose the siege and then they lose everything and then they're like that was like hundreds of hours of work gone. I'm out. Peace.
Well, it's
Look
like
at the
imagine you're on
reaction.
vacation for 5 days and then a siege war happens and then you're like, I
Yeah.
literally couldn't log in to move stuff, and you're like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna not play anymore.
I mean, look at the reaction to me removing the Armorsmith. Imagine if they lost all their materials.
Oh god, it would
Steven will
be
have to. Steven's gonna have to worry for his life.
actually though.
Like, no, I don't think that'll last in the game. I think that feature will be not. You know, I don't even think the feature of destroying buildings will last. Imagine a siege war when you destroy a crafting building. People are gonna fucking lose their shit.
Maybe what if they just
Like,
limited it to like, you know, it's like not all of them could get destroyed, just one. So as soon as one gets destroyed, it's like, you know, the rest of them can't be destroyed. But it's like so that way you could still come in and like strategically, you know, cripple a node and you'd be like, okay, we're gonna take down that bench because that's like their main source of gold. Do you know what I mean? Like, but then like once that's destroyed, then everything else is like, okay, now it's just normal PvP in that area. You know what I mean? What do you think about
yeah, I
that?
think that would be. I think that would be pretty cool.
You know?
I would just like them to see. I think people should be able to exclude themselves from the node war if they want, and it probably shouldn't. The node war probably shouldn't last more, or siege or whatever. Probably shouldn't last more than 2 hours. I think. I don't know though.
The Node Wars or the new sieges?
The node wars. I think the sieges should be really limited. I really would love to see rosters. Like I pick 100 players from our roster that I can put into the thing. It just gives me a list and says, Muggsy, do you want to accept this person into the siege or no? Like I would like that much more than how everyone can just be involved, because there's so many low levels and stuff that just like spam die and do nothing, you know?
Right, they just get swept up in it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get that, but it's also kind of like I feel like that's part of it, where it's like every time, so every time you guys node deck us, right, and then there's always this plan to like rush back to Mirrorleth, and I'm like, what are we doing? Like, obviously, if they had any citizens in town, they would have. Do you guys tell people in citizen chat? You're like, hey, by the way, we're about to drop a node deck. You should probably log out and go on an alt or something because there's a horde coming. Like, is that
Yeah, we warn them every time. And actually, the better strategy now for us is just to do wars when there's a god spike up, because it forces anyone who dies to get teleported to us, and then we can just protect them.
right? Right.
That's a hilarious, by the way, mechanic. I don't know if you guys are obviously aware of it. Wherever you die, you are just instantly summoned to the god spike, which is fucking hilarious. Imagine you're in Oakenbane with your group and you're clueless, you have no idea what's going on. You die, you hit res, and now you're in Joanna in a fucking node war. That to me is super funny.
No, it's
that
super
is
funny
kind
to
of
me
funny.
when we were talking about all this stuff, and it's like, imagine you're in a CARF group in a dungeon and stuff like that, and then all of a sudden a node war breaks out, and everyone's just giving each other like, all of a sudden the guy in your group next to you like goes red, and you guys are just sitting there giving each other the side eye, like, do we attack each other? What do we do right now? Like, just
It's
pretend
so
not to
funny.
see each other, keep hitting the mobs. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that dynamic is hilarious to me.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like that though. It's those kind of dynamics where it's like, well, I could kill. We have been here for a while. They probably have a lot of glint on them. Maybe I could kill them, and then like abscond with the loot, and be like, well, I'm kind of done here. Kill them, abscond with the loot, and then just like peace out. You know. I don't know. That like the freedom to do that is like what interests me so much. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's the strongest part of Ashes. I think it's going to be the sandbox like gameplay of Ashes is the makes it the most unique and I think most interesting game like that's coming up by far. You've somehow trapped me in this call, Synflow, for over 3 hours.
That was all our time. Look at how many node and deck and war decks haven't happened. It's crazy.
I know, right?
I don't know how you did this. This is
this was part of our plan all along.
Were you in on this?
Because we were
this
talking
is
about
worse than the
stuff.
polar plan to limit everyone from their armor smithing. You really bamboozle us.
Yeah,
but I probably need to get back to leading the guild.
Yeah,
they're lost without me.
Polar has been without their guild leader for 3 hours. It's actual mayhem over there. They're gonna have to. They're ready for war.
They're mutinying. They're going crazy.
All right.
Biggie says he would be a whole mayor. Carpentry would be gone for journeyman fishing. Vyra would hate Nuela.
Polar's gathering outside of Nuela. They don't know what to do. They're waiting.
I guess the only way to end this is boo Polar, boo Envious, boo Errands. And but seriously though, like thanks for talking about this. I think a lot of people were surprised and shocked at the whole Armorsmith thing, so it's nice to get some answers from you, even though it kind of just boils down to like, oopsie.
Yeah, I mean, if only I was scripting the game perfectly and it's amazing computer science person, I could have
right
fixed that bug. But yeah, no,
yeah,
you can't really do anything about it.
But yeah, okay.
But I mean, yeah. I think everyone deserves a voice, especially with one with, that does have a lot of influence on the game and everything like that. So
yeah,
I think maybe next time we pull on the new mayor of Azmoran.
And well, we're gonna have to start, node decking Jova. At least they're not across the map. What the fuck? At least they're like right there, so we can just like
we'll have to move all our citizens.
Are you guys keeping your citizens in Jova?
No, it's all our citizens will be in Maryland.
Ah, okay.
So, I mean, how many? There's going to be no citizens in Jova anymore.
I don't know. It depends on the Joavans of what they want to do. I told them they should go to Nuela.
Poor Razzle. He's going to have to stay. He's going to be excluded from all the Mira node wars now, isn't he?
He has like 4 characters at 25. I don't think he's too worried.
Okay.
He's going
to be scouting on his flyer anyway. Yeah, how are you guys going to be? You guys have 3 flying mounts on the server now. How do you plan to utilize those?
We fly down from the sky, we throw a root on you, and you die.
Is Razzle are you guys all Rangers?
We are all Rangers, yeah.
Stop.
All 3 of you with Rangers. Oh god.
Oh god. The roofs aren't safe anymore. We're gonna have to put bear traps on the roofs.
Well, you'd have to double node deck or guild deck to get more than one of them to do it. But
Jueva has a lot of gold. They actually had a surprising amount of gold. They have 5,000 gold in their stores, and they have 13 node wars. So
it's all Polar and Envious now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's good for the server though. This is a crazy statement. I think more people at Nuela is better for the server. I think Nuela needs to become like a metropolis. Just
you know what, TM? I agree with you. Nuela to the top. You heard it from TM himself, everybody.
Nuela on top.
It's all part of the plot.
TM is the secret Nuela shill. Plotting for Nuela's rule. Well, now you discovered why we had you on the Twilight Talks, TM.
Is this Twilight Talks
or
Terrapin TV?
Laloop and Synflow have been paying me to do this. They are forcing me to node war everyone and force them into Nuela.
Whoa.
And the Polar Envious propaganda is back. And that's going to be the stream, folks. We got to cut that short right here.
Okay, I am going. Goodbye. It was nice talking to you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Cool.
See you,
See ya.
Tim.
Yeah.
Simple. I have to go to bed. I have work tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
It's
probably
1
gonna.
a.m. Holy shit.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But I feel like that was good. I feel like that was good. I'm gonna go ahead and
Oh.
I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna raid out to someone. Okay. I'm gonna raid out to someone.
Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Hope everyone had a good time in the stream.
Yeah, yeah, I hope everyone had a good time. I think what I'm gonna do is, yeah, let me get this shot. Let me get this shot in here. Hell yeah. Have a good one. I'm still gonna be on probably. I'm just not gonna be just gonna probably not gonna be live, but that's okay. Yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Is Kitty okay, I'll raid out to let's see what Chini's doing maybe? I don't know.
I think he's raiding. I think he's on Porcini tanks in
Okay.
Billion right now.
We did get stream sniped before. But I don't know. Is raiding out a good thing? Wait, is Himmers? I don't think Himmers is. Yeah, Porcini. Yeah. All right. Is uh. Oh, okay. Okay. We're gonna raid out to Kitty. I think. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, she's pretty cool. And they're just hanging out, grinding a bard. It looks like. So yeah, we're gonna do that. Hell yeah. I hope everyone's ready. Bam. Alright. No, wait. This one. This one? This one. There we go. Cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, kitty paws. Let's go. Hell yeah.